Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this House here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen. Amen. Namaste.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received the following from the Honourable Penelope Beckles, MP, member for Arima, who has requested leave of absence from today's sitting. The leave which the member seeks is granted. Honourable members, correspondence has been received from the President of the Senate dated November 17, 2020, regarding the Senate's appointments to the Joint Select Committees. In the interest of time, I have instructed the Clerk of the House to circulate this letter to you electronically and to ensure that a copy is shared with Hansard for the official report.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
The Minister of Public Administration and Digital Transformation.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Public Administration and Digital Transformation, I have the honor to lay paper number 1, the annual report of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the period October 2018 to September 2019. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. Papers 2 to 4. The reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the years ended December 31st, 2014 to 2016. I beg to move that papers 2 to 4 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
Honourable members, the question is that papers 2 to 4 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay paper number 5, the response of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to the 14th report of the Joint Select, the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration on an inquiry into the challenges of prisoner re-entry into society and prisoner reintegration services in Trinidad and Tobago.
Reports from committees. Prime Minister's questions.
The member for Oropouche East.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 1 to the Prime Minister. In light of statements carried in the media today in relation to the government's ambitious plan for the redevelopment of East Port of Spain, could the Prime Minister indicate where those Port of Spain residents are expected to be relocated in event of the need to relocate?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what report in the media he's talking about, but the government spoke about a redevelopment of Port of Spain and made specific reference to specific locations, none of which involve the relocation of any person. However, in anticipation of general obstruction and mischief making, the relocation of persons have become the conversation of our friends across the board. But I simply want to say, Madam Speaker, that the Piccadilly Regeneration Project, which is a subject project of the revitalization of the City of Port of Spain plan, was developed through the Housing Development Corporation and was guided by a social survey. In conceptualizing, HDC has identified a portion of the project site for first phase of the project, and no resident will be displaced in that first phase. This project will jumpstart the redevelopment of East Port of Spain, and the social survey further identified that within the second proposed phase, 13 households would be affected, and these families will be accommodated in the phase 1 units upon completion. It is anticipated that a rolling process will occur with the relocation with the subsequent phases, and therefore, Madam Speaker, there ought to be no anxiety or unmanageable issue with respect to the relocation of persons who would be impacted by the slum clearance and regeneration in East Port of Spain.
Member for Upuchis.
Prime Minister, in light of that response, could you indicate one or two or possibly three of the projects being planned as part of this entire regeneration and redevelopment of East Port of Spain?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, at the public consultation with respect to the regeneration, I personally and other spokespersons did indicate specifically where those projects would be. And since the member wasn't paying attention, I can advise him now that the speech is available on YouTube, on the website of the TTT who carried it live, and he spoke specifically to the Memorial Plaza site, to the Power Gen site, to the South Diego Martins Maraval River site in front of the foreshore, and other similar sites which will come into being as the project goes ahead, Madam Speaker. So those are the specific ones mentioned, but I'm sure that others will arise as we progress.
Supplemental.
Thank you. Prime Minister, in light of your earlier response about a rolling plan and relocation on a phase basis, is it that persons who are to be removed or relocated, particularly the elderly and those who are unable to access banking loans and so on, would they be provided with HDC housing accommodation?
Madam Speaker, I have said very clearly that there are 13 households, and such households, providing they would like to be accommodated in phase 1 as we proceed to phase 2. And I would like to say, Madam Speaker, that all those persons in East Port of Spain have afforded to them excellent representation through the representatives who are members of this Parliament.
And
Supplemental.
could the Prime Minister indicate to the House, while citing the various localities and locations for development, what are the specific projects planned per site?
Madam Speaker, that is the answer I have given. And at this stage, I am not prepared to go into any further detail.
Are there any projects planned?
Embarking upon
Member,
Sorry.
four
Thank
questions.
You. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, which you have exhausted. In the interest of time, Member for Urupuchis, I've seen that you have questions at 3 and 4, and the whip has agreed to let you ask your questions in sequential order, and then we'll come back to number 2.
Thank you.
So question
number 3, therefore. Could the Prime Minister state the reasons for the imminent closure of the Tobago Correctional Center, as reported today by the Tobago House of Assembly?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, as I would Oh, yeah. The member for Tobago West is not here. So I thank the member for Orapuch for intervening on her behalf. There were no more current COVID-19 positive inmates in Tobago because it was an outbreak of COVID-19 in the prison that had caused that temporary arrangement to be made. So now there are no more COVID-19 positive inmates in Tobago. The temporary correctional facility in Glen Road is no longer required at this particular time. If and when there's a need for alternative facilities, this will be addressed and located by the Tobago House of Assembly.
Is the Prime Minister saying that the Tobago Correctional Center is specifically and only for COVID victims or patients?
Prime Minister.
I didn't hear that question. Could you repeat, please?
Is the Prime Minister saying that the Tobago Correctional Center is only to be used for COVID patients or COVID care?
It was a temporary correctional center for a specific situation. As the member would know, since the persons to be housed there in that temporary situation were prisoners, they had to be held in a facility that is designated a correctional facility. Prisoners cannot be held anywhere that is not a correctional facility. So even though they were being held there temporarily, the structure had to be determined to be so designated.
Is the Prime Minister aware that the closure, according to the THA, had to do with the complaints of residents in that specific area?
The Tobago House of Assembly, like the government, will take into account the views of members of the public, but Madam Speaker, it being a temporary facility, whether there were complaints or not, it would have been such temporary.
And is the Prime Minister aware that hundreds of thousands of dollars were used to facilitate this center, which is now to be closed?
Well, I don't know how else one could have had it done without spending the money to make it available to house the prisoners. What we could not do is to ignore the prisoners' plight among the full population. The outbreak took place, and the government took the appropriate action to have a facility where they can be properly housed.
Question number 4. What is the government's policy as to the impending approach to the dissemination of the COVID-19 vaccine?
Madam Speaker, as outlined by the Minister of Health on numerous occasions, the policy is to ensure that those who are more exposed and those who need it most get it first, meaning that in line with WHO guidelines, the target population in this first phase for vaccination are 1, all frontline workers, including healthcare givers. 2, persons over age 60. 3, persons with comorbidities, that is, diabetes, hypertension, and such. And 4, persons with immunocompromised state, example, cancer and lupus. These categories of persons in our population will be the first to benefit from the vaccination.
Supplemental.
Can the Prime Minister indicate whether or not any separate institutional or administrative mechanism will be put in place involving the Ministry of Health and other agencies to disseminate vaccines in an orderly manner without confusion, as the approach of the government was to returning stranded nationals? Can we be assured of any orderly?
To ask a question without opinions and statements. So,
well, let me repeat it then in 15 seconds.
I think you've asked the question.
Oh, you got it, right.
Proceed, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the outstanding competence of this government in dealing with COVID-19 will apply to the vaccination program.
Supplemental, member for Opuchis.
Excuse me?
Finish?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Member for Point of Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Honourable Prime Minister, given the government's recent announcement to increase the number of exemptions granted to citizens outside of the border to return home before Christmas, could the Prime Minister inform the House What specific criteria will be used to grant individual exemptions to return?
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the government's criteria for granting exemptions with respect to the closed borders has not changed. Applications are still considered on a case-by-case basis. The criteria considerations are and have been, among others, 1, when did the national apply? 2, whether the person is elderly or whether the person has medical issues. 3, whether there are small children among in the family, and if there are families as units out there. 4, professionals and students. 5, government emergencies, exigencies, and repatriation. The availability to start dealing with applications of persons waiting to visit for Christmas is due to many, if not many of our nationals who are still outside. With the borders being closed, we've dealt mainly with those persons who were caught accidentally out there, and now we are treating with other persons who are out there and would be desirous of getting home. We have increased state-supervised quarantine for persons coming home, as they are required to pay for state-supervised quarantine. That will increase the number of persons who can be accommodated. So increased space is available to accommodating over and above those who get the free state quarantine, those who would like to pay for their own quarantine in designated areas, and those arrangements are in place and already announced. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Oropouche East.
Madam Speaker, to the Minister of Health, could the Minister state the specific health protocols instituted to protect prisoners and officers in the nation's prisons in light of recent reports of a spike in COVID-19 in the COVID-19 cases?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the protocols instituted, I will deal with it at 2 levels. At a strategic level, we started since March of 2020 with discussions between the Ministry of National Security, the Chief Medical Officer, and the prisons. As Minister of Finance, a note was taken to Cabinet to approve the setting up of an interministerial team chaired by the CMO, which includes national security, so they have a place around the table. At the operational level now, a parallel system was implemented at the prisons. Guidelines for visitors, for decreased visitor contact were implemented. Guidelines for new prisoners to be isolated were implemented. And guidelines for the isolation of positive prisoners were also implemented. In addition, there is monitoring of the prison population by the prison's medical personnel, the North Central RHA, and oversight by the County Medical Officer of Health. In addition, prisoners who have been tested and those subsequently returning positive tests for COVID-19 are immediately separated from the general prison population. Prisoners are sent to public facilities only if deemed to possess comorbidities or have underlying medical conditions. And due to the large number of persons returning positive results at this current time, with a view to prevent the spread of the virus, the prisoners have been kept at the maximum security prison, housed separately as per protocol and apart from the general prison population. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Supplemental member for Oropouche East.
Minister, could you assure the national community and relatives, of course, of both prisoners and prison officers that proper quarantine areas are provided for positive COVID-19 patients with the required medical equipment and services?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me just go back to my answer. That monitoring and implementation of those policies fall under, as I said, the prison medical staff. They have their own doctors and so on, in conjunction with the North Central RHA with oversight from the County Medical Officer of Health. So those are the three sets of persons with oversight to implement the protocols and manage the situation at the prisons. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. We recognize the persons and institutions with oversight, but you are the one with responsibility. Could you assure us that the proper facilities are in place?
The question was already asked and answered.
Thank you very much.
Do you have another question? Okay, member for Kamucha Manzanilla.
I think Kamutu Manzano is outside in the so I'll ask on his behalf. Thank you. To the Minister of Education, could the Minister indicate how many academic and non-academic staff will be dislocated from their current jobs as a result of the said decision to shut down the 4 of the 11 campuses of the University of the Trinidad and Tobago before end of 2020?
The Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, the Board of UTT has indicated that staff and students will be shifted to the 7 remaining campuses of the UTT, and that will be a response to the closure of the 4 campuses.
Notice questions for oral answer.
Honourable members, I am to inform that questions 14 and 15 have been withdrawn in accordance with Standing Order 2914. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We were prepared to answer those questions, but since they've been withdrawn, we won't. So we have 19 questions for response, and we will be answering all 19. There are no questions for written answer. Thank you, Madam. I know.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities, question number 53.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the provision of an adequate, reliable and safe supply of water to the population, including residents in the Tableland area, is an important priority of this government. Towards this end, the Honourable Prime Minister, as one of the priorities of this new administration, has established a Cabinet subcommittee to review the operations of the Water and Sewerage Authority and to determine the strategy for enabling the authority to deliver on its mandate for the delivery of an efficient water supply for all sectors of the economy. The committee will submit its report to the Honourable Prime Minister by November 30, 2020. Madam Speaker, the investment project, which has been proposed by WASA to improve the water supply in the Tableland area, involves inter alia the replacement of some 200 millimeter of WASA's main transmission along the Naparima-Mayara Road from New Grant to Rio Claro. This project is one of a number of investment projects proposed by WASA for the rehabilitation and development of its physical infrastructure to improve the supply of pipe-borne water to the population at large. These projects are to be funded under the Public Sector Investment Program, and implementation will be subject to the availability of funding.
Member for Princestown.
Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, this project was announced 2 years ago, and the question that I would have is with respect to the Tableland area, which has been affected tremendously. Is there a contingency plan while this report is being prepared for the Honourable Prime Minister in terms of delivery of water to Tableland?
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. WASA has been putting contingency in place for the various communities that are affected by an efficient pipe-borne water supply. My understanding is that those areas that have not been in receipt of an efficient water supply, especially in the Tableland area, they have been receiving a truck-borne supply as requested by the community.
Member for Princestown.
Madam, through you to the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities, question number 54.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Princestown constituency is in southeast Trinidad is supplied with potable water from the Navet water treatment plant in Tabaquite, which has a production capacity of 19.8 million gallons per day. The amount of water produced at this and other water treatment facilities and supply to the population is critically dependent on the amount of rainfall experienced in the respective catchment areas. Over the period January 2019 to July 2020, below normal rainfall experienced in the Navet water treatment plant catchment area resulted in low volumes of water being available for communities in southeast Trinidad, including the constituency of Princestown. Communities on the extremities of the grid were particularly affected, such as St. Croix Road, Realized Road, Craignish Village, Bromage No. 1, Princestown, Indian Walk, Kabuto Road, Kanjul Road, Maruga Road, and Hindustan. With the increase in rainfall experience over the last few months, Madam Speaker, the storage level of the Navet reservoir has increased to 98%. As a consequence, and with a view to ensuring that the available water resources are properly managed, in keeping with projected demand for the remainder of the year, and in preparation for the dry season 2021, the production of the Navet water treatment plant was increased from 14 million gallons of water per day to 19 million gallons of water per day. I am advised that with the increase in production at the Navet water treatment plant, residents in southeast Trinidad, including the constituency of Princestown and environs, have been experiencing an increase in the regularity of supply of pipeline water. The water schedule for Princestown has been revised accordingly and provides for customers to receive a supply of pipeline water 24 hours, 6 days per week. That is from Saturday 9 a.m. to Friday 5 a.m. Customers at Realized Road, which is between St. Croix and Barkpore, are provided with a water supply of 24 hours, 2 days per week. That is Tuesdays 9 a.m. to Thursday 5 a.m. WASA has updated and published the new schedule on its website www.wasa.gov.tt, and the schedule is also available on several major social media platforms.
Supplemental.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Honourable Minister. Minister, I appreciate the answer that you provided. The question that I have is, would you give the undertaking, because I know some of these things that you have announced in terms of the schedule.
Member, please ask a question. You have 15 seconds.
The question pretty much is that, would you give the undertaking to review, because some of these things that you have announced is actually not taking place. So would you give the undertaking to have a word with WASA to review these schedules?
Madam Speaker, the information that was requested, the question rather, that was posed by the member, the information was received from the Water and Sewerage Authority, and I have absolutely no reason to doubt the information that I presented to the Parliament.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, through you to the Honourable Minister, question number 55 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, rehabilitation work on Ghat Road commenced in fiscal 2020 and will continue in fiscal 2021. The following projects were contracted out by the Highways Division and completed in fiscal 2020. Piling and shoring at 0.5 kilometer mark, cylinder crossing at 2 kilometer mark, paving at 3.5 kilometer to 4.6 kilometer mark. Work carried out in-house by the Highways Division are major strengthening roadwork utilizing yellow boulders from TCL, while milling material and equipment from the Regional Corporation at the 1 kilometer mark at the cemetery completed in September 2020. General road maintenance, drainage and vegetation control ongoing. Proposed project to be contracted out in fiscal 2021 are wing wall repair and ancillary work at bridge B2 and 1, piling and shoring at 3 kilometer mark, piling and shoring at 3.9 kilometer mark, and sectional milling and paving of 3,200 square meters of the roadway. I thank you.
Member for Princess now. Member for Fyzabad.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 58 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the total number of exemptions granted as of August 10th, 2020 to November 18th, 2020 is 4,705. The total number of nationals that returned to Trinidad and Tobago as of August 10th, 2020 to November 18th, 2020 is 1,995.
Supplemental, Member for Fyzabad.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, can you indicate how many exemptions are currently before your office awaiting approval?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I did not hear the question.
I was going to ask that because
Sure.
I didn't hear you.
Yes. Thank you for that answer, Minister. Can you indicate how many applications are currently before your office awaiting approval, in addition to those granted, just to give us an idea?
Minister of National Security.
Madam Speaker, I wouldn't, based on the question that's before me and the historical nature, I don't have that exact information and I wouldn't like to hazard a guess.
Member for Fyzabad.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 59 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the way the original question was phrased, it was open-ended because it just asked number of nationals tested positive since August 10th returning. So what I have done, I'm going to give a figure from August 10th to November 9th. Sure. The number of returning nationals who have tested positive for COVID-19 from August 10th, 2020 to November 9th, 2020 is 59. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Supplemental, Member for Fyzabad.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. Minister, in view of the new requirement for a negative COVID-19 test, which is now the government's policy, prior to returning to Trinidad, are you giving consideration to decreasing the time spent in quarantine, in state quarantine, for these returning nationals?
As a supplemental question based on the question asked and answered. Member for Fyzabad.
No, thank you, Madam. Oh, sorry.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to Dabadi Avenue, ECCE Center in Avocat, no work is ongoing currently. This project is one of the many incomplete and contractually troubled construction projects left in limbo by the former UNC administration in 2015. The project is currently 78% complete, and as soon as funds are available, this project will be addressed. With respect to the Forest Reserve Anglican Primary School, the school was declared unfit for occupation in 2018. The Ministry of Education aims to construct a pre-engineered replacement building in the interim, which is scheduled for completion in the first half of 2021. With respect to the Siparia East Secondary School, this is another incomplete and contractually troubled project left in limbo. In fact, under the previous UNC administration, 3 separate contracts were awarded for the construction of this school in 2007, 2013, and 2015. They were all terminated by the Education Facilities Company Limited for non-performance by the respective contractors. The estimated cost of completion of the project now stands at $125 million. However, it should be noted that the existing school buildings are still being utilized, and hoarding has been erected to separate these buildings from the construction site.
Member? No? Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I'm sorry, the last part of your response, I didn't quite get the last part of the response.
Where from, member?
Sorry?
Where from?
No, I don't understand.
Member, I think, you can check Hansard.
No, I think it was just the...
Yeah, I think you could check the Hansard for
All right,
that.
thank you, Madam.
Do you have a supplemental question?
No, thank you, Madam.
Okay, so member for Barataria-Sano.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 5 to the Minister of Labour.
Minister of Labour.
The total number of new applicants to the on-the-job training program for the period January to August 2020 was 3,634, and the total number of placements for this period was 422. The breakdown of the number of applicants and placements by month are as follows. January, applicants 839, placements 23. February, 537 applicants, 28 placements. March, 463 applicants, 58 placements. April, 5 applicants, 1 placement. May, 11 applicants, 1 placement. June, 421 applicants, 2 placements. July, 882 applicants, placements 218. August, 476 placements, 476 applicants, 91 placements. Madam Speaker, the on-the-job training program has a monthly target of 400 placements. It should be noted that during the period January to February 2020, the number of placements did not reflect the target as the program was addressing its internal systems. In addition, there was significant disruption to the normal operating procedures as a result of the public health regulations implemented to combat COVID-19, and therefore, new trainees for the period March to June 2020 were suspended. Placement resumed in July, observing the return to work guidelines published by the government, as well as the work from home and rotation protocols implemented by the public service. Thank you.
Member for Barataria-Sano. Are you asking question number 6? Yes. Please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 6 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago, being islands, have many unauthorized maritime points of entry. However, the government has, through the various authorized agencies, been consistently working to prevent persons from illegally entering the country. Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service have implemented several measures to restrict the flow of illegal migration into Trinidad and Tobago. These include A, the establishment of a robust operational border patrol response by the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force. This is geared towards detecting, deterring, and detaining persons who attempt to illegally enter the country. This has been achieved through a 3-tiered approach. The first tier involves the creation of a virtual seawall by the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard through its increased presence at sea on the nation's borders. This has had the desired effect of preventing many vessels from crossing the border in traditional illegal landing areas located on the south coast of Trinidad. The second tier involves beach and riverine patrols by the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard using vehicles and smaller vessels. These patrols serve as a backup in case any vessel escapes the attention of the larger patrol assets. And 3, the third tier involves the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force engaging in joint patrols with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in coastal areas using the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment and the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. This has extended the reach and jurisdiction of the patrolling units, allowing them to apply law enforcement powers further inland. B, vessel monitoring by the National Coastal Surveillance Radar Center. The Radar Center conducts continuous monitoring of all maritime vessels entering Trinidad and Tobago's maritime waters. This is further strengthened by aerial patrols conducted by the Air Guard. C, the formation of the coastal and riverine patrol units within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has already procured 2 riverine vessels with an interceptor type vessel and pirogue, expected to be received within the next quarter. Marine training for officers has commenced, and this is allowing the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to patrol swamps, rivers on the western and southern coast and shorelines out to 3 kilometers. It is anticipated that we will continue to increase the police service's ability to carry out surveillance, intelligence gathering, crime detection exercises in rivers, swamps, and the coastal regions of Trinidad and Tobago. D, the use of drones. E, borderline patrols by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, as the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service continues to provide surveillance of borders where officers of the Task Force, ERP, and CID conduct borderline patrols based on intelligence gathered. F, random polygraph and mandatory testing of officers is being applied, and it should be noted, Madam Speaker, that while the cumulative effect of these measures has seen a reduction in illegal cross-border maritime traffic, particularly on the south coast of Trinidad, the Coast Guard continues to maintain robust patrols in the Gulf of Paria, as well as the north coast of Trinidad and Tobago, to cater for the shift in illegal maritime traffic. And in conclusion, Madam Speaker, this is a phenomenon that is seen in all countries with maritime borders. We see the struggles with the United Kingdom, other European countries who have maritime borders, even in the United States. It is virtually impossible. There is no wall to just build in the sea and prevent illegal entry. But they are doing the best that they can.
Member for Naparima.
Yes, Cyprus, Spain.
Since these measures have been put in place, how many vessels have been interdicted? How many Venezuelans have been...
Member, you're allowed one question. Okay, you could ask other supplemental questions when that one is answered. So you ask how many vessels have been interdicted?
Venezuelans have been returned.
I would not allow that question based on the question asked and the answer given. Supplemental member for Samoa Baratari.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, can the Minister indicate, having regard to the large number of firearms that enter into our country and the large amount of drugs that enter into our country, whether or not he's satisfied of these measures that he have listed to this House?
Whether the Minister is satisfied?
Satisfied that these measures are sufficient.
Minister of National Security.
Madam, first of all, to use the phraseology, large numbers are entering. We are well aware that there are illegal arms and narcotics that are entered into Trinidad and Tobago, and I would hasten to add, it is not necessarily through the illegal points of entry. The government is working with all of the agencies, including customs, to do what it can to combat this scourge, and will continue to do so.
Supplemental. Member for Baratari Sanwan, number 7.
Question number 7 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the premise upon which the question is predicated is flawed, as it presupposes that there has been an increase in robberies in the Samoa area. However, based on information received from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, there has been a 31.7% drop in robberies over the period January 1st to October 5th, 2020, when compared to the same period in 2019. Nevertheless, some of the strategies being implemented by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to address robberies in the Samoa area include A, an increase in patrols by 65%, B, deployment of officers at strategic locations, which is supported by the ERP and the CID. C, an assignment of dedicated patrols to be deployed along the Eastern Main Road with special emphasis on the financial institutions between Saddle Road and 3rd Avenue Barrett D, continued patrol south of the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway between Aranguez and Don Miguel Road with assistance from the IATF in order to provide additional support to the rapidly expanding businesses in the area. E, engagement of the municipal police to provide an increased police presence at specific locations. F, dismantling of gangs through intelligence-driven strikes and targeting of known offenders. G, continued stakeholder meetings with the Sawa Business Association to include the municipal corporation, traffic wardens, transit police, taxi drivers, and other stakeholders to sensitize the public of the TTPS plans to restore and structure the station in the district. And H, the engagement of the community through the provision of sensitization, awareness programs, and crime prevention tips via the community policing unit.
Supplemental, member for Parrett-Harris-Sandwich.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the time that this question was filed, there were over 4 robberies in the San Juan area. Hence,
Do you have
I
a
asked
question?
this question. One led to the death of a Chinese national who is a businessman. Madam Speaker, Madam.
Okay, so for your guidance, you're allowed 15 seconds to ask a question. It's not about making a statement or expressing an opinion or presenting an argument. Please, 15 seconds to ask a question.
Madam Speaker, can the Minister then indicate how many persons have been arrested, charged, and convicted for the robberies in the San Juan area?
I will not allow that as a supplemental question based on the question asked and the question answered. Member for Miaru.
Question number 20 to the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the upgrade to the existing Miaro Public Library was originally proposed under Phase 2 of the revised Public Library Development Plan 2008 to 2020. However, given the size constraints of the existing Miaro Public Library, the decision was taken for the construction of a new one. To this end, NALIS, in collaboration with the National Maintenance, Training and Security Company, commonly referred to as MTS, identified a suitable parcel of privately owned land situated at lamppost number 9, Miaro Guayari Road, Miaro, and agreed to acquire the said lands for the construction of the new Miaro Public Library. Initially, SWACO Limited was awarded a design-build contract for the construction of the Miaro Public Library in September 2011. However, in February 2014, the contract was terminated by MTS because of non-performance on the part of the contractor and delays in the completion of works. Subsequently, a new contract for the project was awarded to Southern Exploration and Production Company Limited in September 2014. However, Madam Speaker, the works on the project were again delayed and the second contract for the project was terminated in February 2019. Following this, after protracted negotiations and efforts at dispute resolution with the second contractor, it was decided that it was best to resume construction work using the same contractor because it was felt that this approach would be more cost-effective and would take less time for completion rather than retendering the project. Accordingly, in June 2020, NALIS, MTS, and the contractor agreed to resume works. However, in August 2020, after the unfortunate death of the managing director of the contracting company, the company took the decision to file legal action against MTS and NALIS as a result of disputes over payments, among other things. This has further complicated matters. Madam Speaker, up to September 2020, a total of $16,573,619.67 had already been disbursed on the original contract for this contractually troubled project. In addition, a further $16,769,027.07 has been disbursed on the new contract for completion of construction, inclusive of construction costs for Southern Exploration and Production Company Limited, project management, and other consultants' fees, for a total of $33.3 million so far. It is estimated that the project can be completed within 3 months of remobilization and resumption of works by the contractor, and members are assured that the government will do whatever it is required to unravel the contractual difficulties and complete this project in the shortest possible time. It should be noted, however, Madam Speaker, that because of the commitment and diligence of the staff at NALIS, at no time during the construction period has the community of Miaro been deprived of a library service.
Minister, there was a plan to commercialize the lower floor of that facility at some point in time. Is that still on the drawing board?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, to the best of my knowledge and in consultation with the chairman of NALIS, that is the vision for all new libraries to be constructed.
Supplemental, member for Miaro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, can you give the assurance that small businesses in Miaro would be given the first preference to be facilitated with getting the business opportunities at that facility?
Madam Speaker, again in my consultation with the chairman of NALIS, the importance of local content has been discussed, and that is the vision for all new constructions.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 21 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, by way of background, the government has taken a decision to expand the Galeota Port Guayguayari as a fully modernized and world-class port, primarily to service the upstream energy sector. To achieve this objective, the National Infrastructure Development Company Limited, NIDCO, has been mandated to request public-private partnership proposals from suitably qualified firms with a view to the development of Phase 2 of the Galeota Port Project Guayguayari. NIDCO invited proposals from local and international bidders, and from this process, a preferred bidder was selected. Discussions are currently at an early stage with a preferred bidder. The time frame for the start and completion of the project will be determined on the successful completion of these negotiations. In answer to question B, the new Miaro service station
is currently under construction by Trinidad and Tobago National Petroleum Marketing Company Limited, NP. It will feature a total of 6 dispensers capable of filling 12 vehicles simultaneously. The service station will dispense premium, that's 195, super, 192 gasoline, diesel, and will also market LPG. The service station also has a CNG capability. A convenience store will be located on site. Its completion and commissioning are scheduled for the first half of 2021. That's the PNM gifts to Mayaro.
Supplemental member for Mayaro.
Minister, in response, a question to your response for Part A. Can you give some sort of timeline or expectation that you would have in terms of that discussion of when work can be proceeded on that phase 2?
Well, a conversation that you all don't seem to understand. These are very, very complex discussions. To bring Galeota to a world-class port with the capability of servicing the upstream sector, with the capability of Panamax-sized vessel, with the capability of servicing the offshore Guyanese upstream sector, it calls for a lot of discussion, a lot of details, a lot of market research. So I don't want to commit myself to a timeline, but obviously time is of the essence.
Member for Mayaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 22 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Mayaro well field is the main source of pipeborne water to the constituency of Mayaro. In this regard, consistent with the strategy for the management of the aquifer to ensure the long-term sustainability of the wells in the Mayaro well field, including their water quality, there was a stoppage of one of the production wells, that's well number 9, in June 2019, to allow the aquifer to recover. This situation has negatively impacted the supply of pipeborne water to the constituency. The Water Resources Agency has been monitoring the aquifer, and improvements have been observed. Abstraction operation is tentatively set to resume by the end of the year, providing that the well has fully recovered. To supplement the supply of pipeborne water to the area, water has been diverted from the Navet water treatment plant. However, the plant has been affected by reduced production due to storage levels and water availability for treatment and distribution being below the long-term average. With the reduced availability on the pipeline network, contact has been maintained at the community level and a truck-borne water supply has been provided upon request. Question number B. Because of the authority's aged pipeline infrastructure, the number and frequency of ruptured mains and leaks are very significant. In these circumstances, priority is given to leak repairs to ensure the reliability of supply to existing customers. The authority recently went on a connection drive to reduce the backlog, which resulted in a considerable reduction in the amount of outstanding connections. To address the outstanding request for new water service connections, additional resources are being assigned to this activity with a view to have all outstanding requests for the area completed in the first half of 2021.
Supplemental member for Mayaro.
Minister, is there an opportunity to increase the level of communication with the constituents when you have these constraints of water distribution, even in accessing truck-borne water as well?
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in my capacity as the Minister of Public Utilities, I have emphasized on numerous occasions with the Water and Sewage Authority to maintain contact and to improve upon their communication strategy with the people of Trinidad and Tobago who are affected by water scheduling. In response to the question, this is something that I have been emphasizing to the Water and Sewage Authority. I am still not satisfied with it, but I want to give you the assurance that as long as I am Minister of Public Utilities, I will insist upon the authority ensuring that they maintain good communication with the people who are affected by their water scheduling system.
Member for Tabaquit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 35 to the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
On behalf of the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, the Finance Act number 19 of 2018 amended the Municipal Corporation Act section 112 sub 2, which states, where the corporation fund is more than sufficient to meet the expenses specified in subsection 1, the surplus may, with the consent of the minister, be applied under the direction of the council for the improvement of the municipality and for the service and benefit of the inhabitants thereto. After consideration of the challenges facing the corporations, including limited financial resources, and in accordance with the amendment to Section 1122 of the Municipal Corporation Act, covering approval was granted for the municipal corporations to utilize up to a maximum of $1 million from their unspent balances deposited as at September 30th, 2019, to expedite critical COVID-19 related expenditure. Further, the Minister of Finance, under the amended Municipal Corporations Act, also approves requests on a regular basis from local government corporations for the utilization of the Mayor's Fund and/or the Chairman's Fund, as the case may be, for humanitarian relief. The Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government continues to partner with the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services to provide assistance through the distribution of hampers, food grants, and other temporary relief given the current effects of the pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary member for Tabaquit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 36 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the marine vessel FSO Nabarima is located in the waters of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and is not in between the waters of Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela. This vessel has been at its present location for over a decade. The Nabarima is a floating storage and offloading vessel which is utilized for the export of Venezuelan crude oil produced from the Coro field right there in the Venezuelan side of the Gulf of Paria. As previously announced in the public domain, the oil stored on the vessel is being systematically offloaded and transported away from the area by the Venezuelan authorities to eliminate the threat of a spill. However, the relevant contingency plans to address oil spills that may affect Trinidad and Tobago are the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, NOSCP, of Trinidad and Tobago 2013, and more importantly, the Bilateral Oil Spill Contingency Plan, BOSCP, between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the government of Venezuela, 1989. These plans are already in place. The relevant government ministries and agencies, the upstream oil and gas operators, and the Tier 3 Oil Spill Response Agency have been on alert in the event that a National Oil Spill Contingency Plan requires activation.
Honourable members, I am to advise that the time for this item of business is now spent. Further, at the request of the Whip, the unanswered questions on the order paper shall stand over to the next sitting.
Government business bills, second reading.
The Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Anti-Gang Act 2018 to extend its duration be now read a second time. May I just inquire, Madam Speaker, are we back to 30 minutes piloting time?
30 minutes for the mover, 30 minutes for the first responder, 20 minutes for everyone else.
Much obliged, ma'am. Madam Speaker, the bill before us today is one that is all of 5 clauses long. The first clause is the short title. The second clause is the standard commencement title. The third clause is a description that this act is one which is inconsistent with the Constitution. The fourth is the interpretation section of the bill, which is quite simply saying that this act means the Anti-Gang Act. And the fifth and most important provision is proposing an amendment of Section 20 of the 2018 legislation, which has a sunset clause defined as all of 30 months long. Therefore, by Clause 5 of the bill, we propose that Section 20 of the parent law be repealed and substituted with the following section. This act shall come into force for a period of 30 months, that is 30, from the 29th day of November 2020. Madam Speaker, this legislation touches laws which have now been on the books of Trinidad and Tobago beginning in the period 2011 right up until 2016, and then again post a period of nearly 2 years, with the laws coming back onto the records in 2018 by Act number 1 of 2018. We are today treating with the extension of the life of the anti-gang law. And it is important in seeking to extend the life of the law that we have regard to the purpose of this law. And the purpose of this law is, in fact, quite neatly set out in a very succinct way in the preamble to Act number 1 of 2018. This actually sets out, importantly as well, the Legislation Act number 1 of 2018, the long title of the bill. Now, it's not often that members of Parliament get to focus on things such as the preamble or long title, but permit me to read the long title into the record. That is the long title to Act number 1 of 2018 that we seek to extend. An act to make provision for the maintenance of public safety and order through discouraging membership of criminal gangs and the suppression of criminal gang activity and other related matters. The preamble itself sets out that the Constitution recognizes individual rights, the equality, etc., protection of the law, and that the Constitution places a duty on the state to protect, promote, and fulfill the above-mentioned fundamental human rights and freedoms, and that there has been a rapid growth of criminal gang activity in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas criminal gang activity infringes on the rights and freedoms of individuals as enshrined under the Constitution, and whereas it is the right of every person to be protected from fear, intimidation, and physical harm caused by criminal activity of violent gangs, and whereas criminal gang activity presents a danger to public order and safety and to economic stability and has the potential to inflict social damage, the bill then goes on to say that as it comes into law, that the law with the 3/5 majority provided by the Parliament ought to do certain things. It's very rare that one has the opportunity to focus upon a long title of a bill and the preamble of a bill. Now an act by Act number 1 of 2018. And Madam Speaker, it is for that reason that the sunset clause, which Clause 5 is proposing be extended by a further 30 months, becomes relevant. So what is this history? Why ought we as a parliament to stand here today and advocate and consider the extension of the anti-gang law? Why do we have a sunset clause in the first place? Is it in fact still necessary in a democracy such as Trinidad and Tobago, recognizing constitutional rights as we do? Is there any benefit to be derived from anti-gang legislation? Should it continue? Now, Madam Speaker, it is an element of proportionality when you're considering the balance of laws and making the laws for the peace, order, and good governance of your society pursuant to Section 53 of the Constitution, that a sunset clause can assist in providing a measure of proportionality. Why? It allows for the continued examination of legislation for its purpose. The views publicly expressed by a number of stakeholders, not the least of which is the Commissioner of Police, are advocating that there is no need for a sunset clause, that these laws, the anti-gang laws, are now so common and necessary in Trinidad and Tobago as they are elsewhere in the world, that we ought to make it part of the body of laws in our country. Indeed, Madam Speaker, that is a position which I support wholeheartedly, but today we have come to ask for a 30-month extension for a number of reasons which I hope to get into quite quickly. Now, what is this anti-gang law about? I will say right now that my colleague, the Minister of National Security, will have the opportunity and has the locus to do so, to set out the statistical information in detail as to why we ought to have anti-gang laws. What I can say right now, by way of a brief introduction into those factors, is that post the 2018 law, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service continued in the reformation of its anti-gang units. It in fact saw in 2016, when the law was still alive, the Criminal Gang Investigation Unit moving to the OCNFB and the Criminal Gang Investigation Bureau into a new unit called the Organized Crime Investigation Unit. I'd like to say that in 2018, with the advent of the new anti-gang law, we saw the decentralization of the OCIU into 9 divisions operating with gang units, anti-gang units themselves. Those 9 divisions have now recently taken on a upward stream reporting structure, reporting to what is now referred to as a CIB. That CIB is the new head office operation where the Central Intelligence Bureau of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service takes information forward. What I can say, Madam Speaker, statistically, is that in 2018, when we were prosecuting the need for anti-gang law, and we were prosecuting the need for the opposition support to that law, because the record now demonstrates that in 2016, the opposition did not support the anti-gang extension, and that law collapsed. In 2017, they did not support the anti-gang law, and that law collapsed. But in 2018, we were permitted, under public pressure, the privilege of the opposition support. In 2018, the number of gangs within Trinidad and Tobago, as shared with the nation at large and with the opposition in written correspondence, was 211 gangs. And what I can tell you today, Madam Speaker, according to the information from the TTPS, that number has dropped by nearly 38%, down from 211 to 129 gangs. The total number of persons in 2018 in the public information as reputed to be members of gangs was 2,400, and at 2020, there has been a 57.75% decrease, down to 1,014 persons reputed to be gang members. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, by way of statistical information, all of which is available from the CAPA division, the Crime and Statistical Division of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, as when I sat in opposition, was able to obtain upon request. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has been doing yeoman service. In 2018, they were able to have 22 gang-related murders solved, with 28 arrests. In 2019, 13 gang-related murders solved with 10 arrests. In 2020, 5 related murders were solved, gang-related murders with 13 arrests. The information coming from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is such that due to consistent targeting and pressure, gang activity has gone on the downward stroke, and that we are seeing matters now coming before the courts where individual elements are being brought by way of charges. My colleague, the Minister of National Security, will provide the particular details in relation to this, but we are now seeing, by way of reporting to the House today, a positive trending in gang activity going downward, largely because of the pressures put on by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Now, Madam Speaker, the extension that we seek today is an extension of the law. Clause 5 seeks to amend Section 20 to increase this law for an operation period of 30 months. We are asking for this extension, Madam Speaker, because I can tell you, and I can alert the nation now through you, that we actually are in the process of a deep consultation as to certain further amendments required to this law. That consultation continues in the office of the DPP, in the intelligence agencies and law enforcement agencies, and it falls on the back of legislation which we have passed in the last Parliament, including the amendments to the Interception of Communication Act, and very importantly tied into the provisions put into law for the bugging and recording of inmates in certain circumstances in the prisons. Why? It is a matter of fact that we have reported to the nation that gang activity exists in the prisons of Trinidad and Tobago, and stamping out that gang activity is part of the reformation process to the anti-gang laws. Madam Speaker, Act number 1 of 2018, which we seek to extend by Clause 5, is divided into such parts that now allow us the privilege of treating with offences in a very careful way. The first schedule sets out the offences to the Anti-Gang Act, and it is important to note that that first schedule also includes, apart from what we call blood crime matters, such as murder, etc., it also includes offences under the Anti-Terrorism Act, offences under the Proceeds of Crime Act, offences under the Prevention of Corruption Act, offences under the Trafficking in Persons Act, misbehavior in public office, and offences under the Gambling and Betting Act, to name a few. Madam Speaker, very importantly, it is Part 4 of the legislation that allows for the forfeiture of gang property under due process after conviction, and it is, Madam Speaker, Part 3 of the Anti-Gang Act, which in clauses 16 and 17 allow for the due process managed intrusion into rights. Now, Madam Speaker, I mentioned to you that the bill requires a 3/5 majority. It is clear that this bill touches upon Section 4 and Section 5 rights of our Constitution, Section 4A, Section 4B, Section 5.2a, and Section 5.2e of the Constitution come into regard. It is debatable that there is a certain amount of proportionality and balance with due process, as we see in Section 16 and Section 17 of the Act, where we treat with police powers, that we have the ability, Madam Speaker, to say that there is a careful judicial exercise alongside the police powers set out in Section 16, and that is the police powers of entry and search with warrant for a domestic dwelling, or without warrant in circumstances where it is a dwelling house that is not being investigated, or where we may have search and seizure with judicial warrant as well. Madam Speaker, it is important that the detention powers in Section 17 of the Parent Act are also appreciated, and to note that the detention for persons under gang investigation is for a limited period, for 72 hours. You must approach a judicial officer. A judicial officer can extend the period for detention. There are reporting requirements, and if there are detention matters, the maximum period after arrest is 14 days. Madam Speaker, these are pillars and posts and supporting elements of the anti-gang legislation as we knew it since 2011. What we can say, Madam Speaker, is that this law has not received either the 2011 law or the 2018 law. This law has not received judicial criticism as it relates to its constitutionality, most importantly. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that the only criticism that has descended upon the concept of anti-gang law was in relation to the operationalization of that law in the period 2011. Specifically, on the record, we remind that the 2011 Act, which came into effect by virtue of Act number 10 of 2011, that act was assented to on the 23rd of May 2011. It was proclaimed on the 15th of August 2011. And 6 days later, with the proclamation of a state of emergency on the 21st of August 2011, the Anti-Gang Act was applied in circumstances now set out in detail in the courts of Trinidad and Tobago, such that 463 people were arrested under the Anti-Gang Act. 213 of them were released with no charge. 142 of them were charged under the state of emergency provisions. 1 person was convicted. 33 matters are now before the magistrates' court. 40 matters are before the High Court right now. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that under this Anti-Gang 2018 legislation, we have 38 matters before the courts right now, including, Madam Speaker, the fact that we have persons on charge for being gang leaders. Specifically in 2018, we saw the advent of this position coming to the fore. So we now have nearly 100 matters in total before the courts. The judicial criticism which has come on the 2011 Act, which died in 2016 when the opposition refused to support the Miscellaneous Provisions Anti-Gang and Bail Amendment Act. The judicial criticism has been in the context of malicious prosecution and false imprisonment. Indeed, the dicta coming from the courts demonstrates, by way of judgments in favor of claimants, that the state was forced to pay millions of dollars in damages as a result of the poor instructions provided in that position. As a matter of record, the past Prime Minister, the member for Siparia, and the past Attorney General, the member for, Mr. Anand Ramlogan, in the state of emergency matters, they refused to give evidence in the courts of Trinidad and Tobago as to the justification for the state of emergency, and the state was obliged to pay millions of dollars in damages consequent upon the failure. But for these matters, false imprisonment, malicious prosecution, and millions of dollars, the only judicial pronouncement in relation to this law has come from support by Mr. Justice of Appeal Nolan Barrow, who said effectively and put quite simply that the anti-gang law is no slam dunk. It was Mr. Justice of Appeal Barrow who recognized the virtue of the law, urged upon the need for careful analysis, urged upon the need for careful application of the definitions of gang member, gang leader, and gang activity, but noted that this was useful law. The rest of the Commonwealth, the rest of the world has part of their laws anti-gang legislation, sitting as a full part of the law without sunset periods as we have here in Trinidad and Tobago. But as and until we do a second round of amendments to the Anti-Gang Act, when consultations are finished, for this moment, I believe it appropriate to engage in a sunset clause. Madam Speaker, may I ask what time is full time?
Sorry, the full time is 3:06:32.
Much obliged. Madam Speaker, why are we asking for 30 months? Why are we not asking for 12 months or 5 years? On the last occasion, twice when this law failed, when the opposition refused to give its support, the issue of the length of the period of the sunset came up for debate. The opposition insisted on 12 months, then 18 months, The government had proposed 4 years, then 3 years, and then came down to 30 months. We are asking for 30 months, largely because, number one, there are a host of matters before the courts. Number two, the statistical evidence demonstrates that we have halved the number of persons in gang-related activities, that we have seen a nearly 40% reduction in the number of gangs itself, that we have, Madam Speaker, also demonstrated that there have been no issues coming out of witness protection. We have also demonstrated, Madam Speaker, and it is a matter of record, that due to the COVID environment, with the suspension of jury trials currently in situ, it would be inappropriate to occupy any less time than 30 months. Put quite simply, trials before juries are not yet commenced. My colleague, the Minister of National Security, and the Cabinet, we have located premises which are being outfitted as we speak. Those premises are being outfitted by the judiciary for the resumption of jury trials. We expect that to be done in a matter of months, and we can report to the nation on that. We can say, Madam Speaker, that gang offenses have allowed Trinidad and Tobago some degree of respite. We can see, Madam Speaker, and one is always tempted to knock on proverbial wood at this point, that the Commissioner of Police has reported to the nation that murders are going down. I'd like to remind that murders are trending downward without a state of emergency, Madam Speaker. And that must be a consequence of heavy police action, heavy intelligence arena operation. And Madam Speaker, it is material to note that we have dealt, and I will treat with this in my wind-up, with significant reforms to the criminal justice system. The annual report produced by the judiciary demonstrates that we have seen a huge number of matters being disposed of in the magistracy. We have dealt with the increase in judicial officers, immunity for judicial officers. We have opened our public defenders division, so we have defense attorneys. Amendments are being done in the office of the DPP, etc. So, Madam Speaker, we are finally in a position to report that there is a positive application which is beneficial to the people of Trinidad and Tobago by the continued maintenance of the anti-gang legislation. Madam Speaker, I would just like to remind that the anti-gang law which we brought into effect in 2018 is materially different from a danger point of view than that which was introduced in 2011. Permit me to focus upon this. In 2011, there were 2 bills that came before the House and Senate and 2 acts of Parliament which were passed. The first one is Act number 10 of 2011, which is the Anti-Gang Act. The second one was Act number 11 of 2011. That is the amendments to the bail law. Madam Speaker, it is a matter of public record that the bail laws collapsed completely on July 1st, 2016, when the opposition refused to support the extension to the bail laws. The bail laws collapsed, and with it went anti-kidnapping detention periods of 120 days, detention for persons in the second schedule offenses under the Bail Act, including kidnapping for ransom, child prostitution, trafficking of children, certain degrees of sexual offenses, charge detention, no bail for firearms. All of those laws collapsed on the 1st of July 2016. Our laws reverted effectively to the laws on bail in 1994, save for some minor amendments made in 2005, which were maintained. We, Madam Speaker, in the Parliament that has just finished, the 11th Republican Parliament, we caused amendments to the Bail Act, which is significantly different from the Bail Act as it existed prior to 2016 collapse. Very importantly, Sections 5 and 6, in particular 6 subsection 7 capital A, provide for no ouster of the court's jurisdiction. Under the bail laws under Prime Minister Rowley and this government, the bail laws are such that the court always has the jurisdiction to entertain a bail application, even where there are restrictions now for 120 days for gang-related activity, you have under Section 6(7) of the Bail Act as amended, the ability to have a reversal of burden where the person approaches the court in exceptional circumstances and demonstrates why bail ought to be granted. Madam Speaker, when we look to the Anti-Gang Act, number 1 of 2018, it is very important to also bear in mind that this legislation treats with protection of law enforcement officers. And law enforcement officers is defined, Madam Speaker, in Section 4 of the Act as a wide range of persons: police service, customs and excise, Board of Inland Revenue, Defence Force, prison service, constable under Supplemental Police Act, and any other agency of the state in which investigative powers similar to those exercisable by a police officer appointed under the Police Service Act are lawfully vested. That is material, Madam Speaker, when we look to the concept of Section 8 of the Parent Act, where we prohibit retaliatory action, where we condemn and create offenses for any action taken against law enforcement officers or, Madam Speaker, for a person's relatives, friends, associates, or their property. Madam Speaker, it is the grievous bodily harm or shooting at law enforcement officers that is captured at Section 6 of the legislation. Madam Speaker, we have the traditional provisions of persons counseling a gang member, recruiting gang members, preventing gang members from leaving, which is an important improvement to the law. Criminalizing the protection balance equation is what was necessary, Madam Speaker, in 2018, and that was achieved. It is important to note that we have underwritten, we have supported protection for witnesses. We are not in the position of witness protection in the fashion that this government advocates, because we cannot yet pass whistleblowing protection laws. The opposition has refused. We tried to amend the Evidence Act to allow for anonymous witness protection. In fact, it is a member of this House, the Honourable Member for Sawa Barataria, the Honourable Saddam Hussein, who wrote the minority report refusing to support that, even though it exists in the rest of the Commonwealth. So whilst we are trying to support witnesses, because our simple position is that witness lives matters, regrettably, we don't have the extent of support to pass legislation without the cooperation of the opposition. Madam Speaker, the proportionality of the legislation is well anchored. In the period 2011 to 2020, there have been no judicial criticism of the legislation. The sole matter now before the Privy Council relates to a matter arising out of an anti-gang arrest. It concerns false imprisonment and malicious prosecution. I think that the country is warmed, or can be warmed, by the fact that notwithstanding many years on the books of Trinidad and Tobago, with umpteen pieces of litigation in effect, that we are solidified by the fact that there's been no judicial criticism, certainly none from the Court of Appeal or indeed the High Court, and most definitely none will come from the Privy Council, because the matter before the Privy Council concerns false imprisonment and malicious prosecution, forgive me. Madam Speaker, I have noted in the public domain that the opposition has expressed reservations as to the constitutionality of this bill. No particulars have been provided. I am certain that today provides an opportunity for us to understand what those criticisms may be. The government is, of course, certainly interested in any effort to improve the constitutionality of laws. I will certainly look on, as will all government members, with great interest and with an attentive mind to submissions that honourable members opposite may bring to the fore of this Parliament today. But, Madam Speaker, most respectfully, it is my humble view that the legislation before us is proportionate, it is necessary, the statistical information demonstrates that we are on the right track. I ask you to note, and I ask for the purposes of Hansard, that the contribution of my colleague, the Minister of National Security, is read into the support of this law, as he will provide the chapter and verse details of statistical backing behind this. And Madam Speaker, in those circumstances, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Anti-Gang Act 2018 to extend its duration be now read a second time. Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today represents a dark day in the history of democracy and the rights of the poor and oppressed in Trinidad and Tobago. We are being asked in Clause 5 of the bill to extend the duration of the Anti-Gang Act 2018 for a period of 30 months. Madam Speaker, this represents the triumph for us of a philosophy of locking up or incarcerating our youth for a further period of 30 months over education, enlightenment, and pointing our citizens, our young males, to a brighter future. Madam Speaker, this clause and why we are called here today represents the practice philosophy of a government that believes that mass incarceration or condemning our males to extended periods in remand yard is a signal achievement of our country at this time. Madam Speaker, it is an extension of a view that would rather cut social programs like GATE, close tertiary institutions, as has been done with UTT, and place a $52 million reduction in the school feeding program, while at the same time...
And Member for Naparima?
Yes.
I uphold the objection.
Madam Speaker, what has been the results of the anti-gang legislation produced over the past 2 years? Much was promised by the Honorable Attorney General in 2018, November. Little has been delivered, notwithstanding the statistics. We know, we feel it. He told us on the 9th of March 2018, when this legislation was brought to the House, that it would go a long way in dealing with crime in Trinidad and Tobago. The Honorable Attorney General told us that by November 30th, 2017, there were 2,459 known gang members in Trinidad and Tobago, and all he needed was the Anti-Gang Act. Madam Speaker, no doubt this figure has risen considerably now. How many have been arrested of these 2,459? And more so, how many have been convicted? How many? We have reports of limited numbers, not consistent with the 2,459 that we were told. And if you have arrested 10 and convicted none over the past 30 months, then tell us what has happened to the 2,400. Have they disappeared? You knew they existed. And being a member of a gang is a crime. We were coerced into passing the act. Yes?
Draw the word coerced.
We were told.
Thank you.
We were told if we didn't pass the act, we would be unpatriotic. I withdraw coerced.
Yes, thank you.
We were told that if we did not support the bill, we were unpatriotic. We supported the bill, and nothing has come out of it. We were told in March 2018, the aim of the bill was to cause a disruption in gang activity. The Attorney General promised that it would treat with coercion or encouraging gang membership. He promised that it would combat persons taking retaliatory action against those encouraging their other persons, their relatives, friends, or associates on account of that person refusing to become a gang leader, ceasing to be a gang leader, or giving gang information. The Attorney General promised that it would remedy cases with gangsters boasting online of their deeds, guns and gold chains. What is the result, Madam Speaker? What has happened over the past 30 months? I quote from Newsday, November 23rd, 2019, 1 year after we give our support. I quote, a Tunapuna man dies after shooting at home. His mother stated that her son was asked to join a gang but refused. Madam Speaker, where was the legislation? Where was the teeth? What comfort do we give to that mother who has lost her son because he refused to join a gang when we were told that if we passed the act, that would be solved? Madam Speaker, Guardian, July 20th, 2019, gang wars, recruitment threatened to unhinge Trinidad and Tobago, and it goes into a lengthy article of rampage, pillage in the country of my birth. But we had the legislation. We supported it. Newsday, July 19, 2019, headline, man shot dead over video circulating, boasting that he would dismantle any member of the Rasta City gang. This is Baghdad. And yet we are told today that this thing has worked. It has been effective, and we must support it. Madam Speaker, The Guardian, July 1st, 2020, there's going to be a bloodbath, was the words of a lieutenant of Rasta City gang earlier this year. All warring gangs had come together as one unit to fight against the TTPS after police killings in Mova. It's July 2020. For heaven's sake, if it is not performing, don't come here and fool us. Guardian, 26 April 2019, East Port of Spain, gang war erupts. Residents running scared. Baghdad or Port of Spain? Wants to bring you, you cry for your country. Guardian, July 26, 2019, quote, residents confront cops after police killing of a well-known Silas gangster. It goes on and on and on. I will stop here. It is not for examples to prove that this legislation has not worked, is not working, and will not work. How many persons have been arrested for gang affiliation? I want to make the point. Arrests are easy to do. In our jurisprudence, it is convictions that matter. Any citizen of Trinidad, including an alleged gang member, is innocent until proven guilty. So don't say you arrest him and the story ends. I am not a lawyer, but I have to stand for the weak and the oppressed in my country. That is the role of our opposition. And do not put us in a situation where you bring statistics which are not necessarily consistent with reality, and tell us we must support. The only thing we must do, because we have sworn an oath to be true to the Constitution, the law, and we will support it to the ends of this earth. Madam Speaker, much was promised. Nothing delivered in terms of convictions. I would digress a little bit and talk about in my time, that is called breach of promise. And those of us who are a little older inside here would know about what it was to go to a lady's home and promise things to marry your daughter. And you sign a letter and you do not consummate your obligations. And you were charged for breach of promise. This government should be charged today for breach of promise. They have not delivered. It is lucidly clear by his own evaluation criteria that this anti-gang act has not delivered over the past 30 months. Whether it is enforced or not makes no difference. Yet, Madam Speaker, we are here to extend the sunset clause by a further 30 months. Madam Speaker, we are willing to support the fight of crime. Let it not be said, we are 100% dedicated to fighting crime. But we are not prepared to support bad legislation that is ineffective and it is not working. Shakespeare would say, it is legislation with a lot of sound and fury, but signifying nothing. When I go home this evening, I still have to be careful as I enter my gate because of the problems that exist and fears that we have. Madam Speaker, one of my employees was pistol whipped in a home by gangs. They took 45 minutes for the police to come. No problem, 45 minutes. We had meetings with the police and we resolved it. But this week, there have been 3 home invasions in the Naparima constituency. And Madam Speaker, and if you talk to the people in my constituency, they tell you it's the same gangs, the same description, the same way they act. This gang came this week and invaded a home, a business place, and said, we come for roti money. We have to, at some stage, we have to perform and deliver and stop talking. Madam Speaker, why did we include a sunset clause in 2018, in the 2018 iteration of this bill? Professor John Ip, in an article entitled Sunset Clauses and Terrorism, Counter-Terrorism Legislation, he suggests 4 reasons for sunset clauses. And these reasons are applicable today as we discuss this extension. He says, 1, to overcome legislative inertia and make it easier to correct initial shortcomings in the legislation. That's the first reason Professor Ip gives. Then the second reason he said, as a temporary stopgap measure. The third reason he gives is to allow future legislative decisions to be made with better information gained during the sunset period. I pause and I repeat, Madam Speaker, to allow future legislative decisions to be made with better information gained during the sunset period. The fourth reason he gave is to hedge against legislative panic. For example, if there's a gang warfare and increased murders resulting in demands for public action, and we do something, but we put a sunset clause in order to review the legislation after a period of time. Whilst reasons 4 was applicable when this act was enacted in 2018, today the most relevant reason is the third, which states the need to assess the performance of the legislation to determine whether it be terminated, whether it be renewed, and if so, for what period. Should we extend the sunset clause? Or should we get rid of the legislation in its entirety? Madam Speaker, we are yet to be convinced, we are on this side yet to be convinced that had we not had this legislation, our situation would have been worse. And we are telling you it cannot be worse than it is today. The other most important reason to answer as we deal with extending the sunset clause is, Madam Speaker, is this the most important thing that this august body should be discussing in terms of the legislative agenda at this time? There must be a question of priorities. We cannot say that we will discuss it in the absence of the prioritization. That is, should we, and I am asking, and I wouldn't go too much into it, but should we not be discussing campaign finance reform? Should we not be discussing legislation? Should we not, and I say I will not detain too much, but it has to be said, if we are looking at this legislation, what is the opportunity cost, they call it in economics? What are we not doing that we should do, as the Bible says? Acts of omission and commission. Leaving undone those things that we ought to do. What about legislation to ensure that we are not further blacklisted by EU? And lastly, what about procurement legislation?
Member for Naparima, as you said, you're not going to detain us much on that, so I expect you will move on now from that point.
Right. Madam Speaker, we have said it till, and we will continue to say it, till thy kingdom come. You need a holistic approach to crime, not jailing more and import more youth. And Madam Speaker, while we're at it, those opposite cannot come here and cry crocodile tears that they are concerned about gangs and the proliferation of gangs, when I have an article here from The Guardian, 17 July 2020, which says gangsters are benefiting from contracts through corporations. 7 reputed gang leaders in North Trinidad have benefited from state contracts worth close to $6 million in spite of assurances by the government to the contrary. The money was paid to alleged gang leaders based in communities in Port of Spain to Diego Martin areas, from Port of Spain to Diego Martin over the last 3 years. So don't come here and tell us you're concerned with crime when it is alleged that you are funding the government. The government is funding.
Madam Speaker, Standing Order 48-6, please.
So, member?
Yes.
Again, I uphold the objection. I will ask you to withdraw that. Again, I uphold the objection. I'll ask you to withdraw that. It imputes improper motives. And either you find another way to say what you want to say or you move on. Please withdraw.
Right. Well, the article is stating, I withdraw, and I'm rewording. The article is stating that gangs are benefited from contracts given out by the state. It is in the public record. Special Branch Head ACP Hines stated at the end of the report, quote, intelligence indicates that persons of interest were able to secure contracts or subcontracts in spite of governments, and I'm reading here, I'm quoting here, intent to deny them such avenues of funding. Madam Speaker, when you look at the areas of funding contracts, and they name the gang leader. For example, they say contracts obtained by reputed gang leader CL alias T in Port of Spain. He got latrine eradication program, St. John Street, $45,000. Latrine eradication program, Alexander Hill, not Alexander Place, Alexander Hill, $125,000. A latrine eradication in St. John Street, $45,000. Madam Speaker, you see the problem we have in Trinidad and Tobago. You see the problem we have with this bill. You cannot, in our view, be doing things that are inconsistent with what you say. it was President-elect Biden say, is we hear what they say, but we watch carefully what they do. We on this side are doing that. And it bothers me. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have how much money? In Latrin, $500,000.
Honorable members, I remind you all again of Standing Order 53. We understand that we have some difficulties because of the infrastructure for COVID-19. So that if you all kindly keep your voices down and avoid crosstalk. Member for Naprima.
Yes, Madam Speaker. We are talking, it speaks to an attitude and orientation to poor people, Madam Speaker. Been reading books by Selwyn Ryan. The name of the Selwyn Ryan report, No Time to Quit. No time to quit, he says. Engaging youth at risk. And we are saying if you have a heart, we need to balance resuscitation. We need to balance activities that would uplift and enlighten and educate rather than to lock up and incarcerate. The Kamla Prasad Bisesa government was complimented by the IDP in a report dated June 2016 for her performance record for providing pro-social support systems during her tenure as Prime Minister. That the IDB International Report was able to see the alternative to this legislation. It noted that crime decreased in Trinidad and Tobago due to increased emphasis on preventative intervention. That is not the opposition talking. That is the IDB. The Attorney General, on the other hand, would have us believe that reduction in murders was due to the Anti-Gang Act and not because of COVID restrictions. Madam Speaker, cities the world over have recorded a drastic reduction in criminal activity during the global pandemic. The world over. In Jamaica, the parish of St. James, which has been on an on and off state of emergency for the last 3 years, is experiencing the lowest murder rate in 17 years. The source of that is the Caribbean National Weekly, May 2nd, 2020. Jamaica dropped significantly. In St. Louis, Missouri, a stay-at-home order was imposed in March, and violence has fallen dramatically. Last year, there were 194 less murders in that city. That's the BBC News. So don't come here and give us data and do not disaggregate for the impact of COVID on that reduction. I challenge the Attorney General. I challenge him to prove that our reduction in murders was not due to COVID. That's an open challenge. We have been telling this Attorney General this for years. You cannot legislate yourself out of a crime problem. Madam Speaker, this is not in Trinidad alone, you know. Gangs pose a problem globally. If your approach is arrest without conviction, you are being wicked to young people. It is a crime to take a young citizen of Trinidad and put him in remand yard, expose him to COVID with no date in sight for a court case to have a conviction to bring resolution and termination to the incident. That is immoral. We could only do that because I, Rodney Charles, my children, I could pay bail to get them out of remand yard. But we have a duty, the opposition has a duty to protect the poor, the lame, and the blind. Jesus said, I came to save the children, suffer the little ones to come unto me. What would Jesus do if he were here today? Lock them up or put them on the road to rehabilitation? And that is why we will not bend to pressure wherever it comes from. Because all of those who are telling us that their children will not be in remand for years upon years without a trial. I say that without fear, say it without conviction. I will not be coerced. Are you sorry? I will not be pressured. I will not be pressured to pass legislation which is not consistent with my thinking of what is best for Trinidad and Tobago. You are saying, in effect, that you do not believe that young people, especially young black males, and yes, I say black males, I say it, are not dog whistling. I believe this fervently, are worth more than anything than being a gang member or just another statistic. You are depriving them of being able to be gainfully employed. You know, Madam Speaker, when you are in remand yard, you cannot get a U.S. visa. You cannot get a government job because you have a criminal record. Oh, Lord, we can't see that. We cannot see that. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame. I will not be a part of a system that gives my children advantage and other people's children in jail. I will not. I will take all the insults and all the humiliation. I will not be a part of that. Renewing the anti-gang legislation today without simultaneously addressing the socio-economic issues of disadvantage is not a solution. And we will stand firm in stating that. A report done by the U.S. Congressional Research Service entitled Gangs in Central America, 3rd of July 2011, stated, I quote, they hadn't, I will read it for them. The combination of poverty, social exclusion, and a lack of education and job opportunities for at-risk youth was a major factor in exacerbating the gang problem in Central America. It went on. It went on. When youth are unable to develop the skills required for attending a university or obtaining skilled employment, they provide a ready pool of gang recruits. In the absence of familial and community support, many marginalized youth turn to gangs for social support, a source of livelihood and protection. So when the mother said that the son was killed because he refused to join a gang, the other person who killed him, they were doing that to gain rank in the gangs. So we pass a law oblivious to poverty. We had a baby yesterday. How would that child grow up? Yes.
Please get back on track. Okay?
Okay.
Please get back on track.
Am I supposed to withdraw something or something?
Continue, but keep on track.
All right. But the current leaders at TT and Trinidad and Tobago are not focused on this. So I will ask the questions. Closing down 4 campuses, countless other tertiary schools are struggling. Gate cut by 35 million. Students have to depend on the generosity of others. And I know they don't want to hear it, so I will stop. I'll continue.
It's not they and them. It's honorable members. Okay?
Honorable members.
Not they and them. All right? In here. And I already cautioned you about the gate and the tertiary institutions and the scholarships and so that are not relevant to this debate.
Has the police service, the TTPS, been utilizing the anti-gang laws effectively? Guardian, July 2019, not me talking, Guardian. According to this article, intelligence report prepared by a TTPS intelligence service listed key underworld figures from different divisions across Trinidad and Tobago. It listed 38 underworld figures. And the question I asked is how many of them have been detained? 38 figures. Oh. Have there been, right? Well, and I come back to do we have a proper witness protection program? Are courts capable of speeding up trials involving witnesses in order to prevent witness intimidation or assassination before conviction is made? Are we concerned about the fight against gangs and the future of gangs, given the influx of Venezuelan gang members as facilitators, bringing technology and know-how to the gang situation in Trinidad and Tobago? So, Madam Speaker, as I close, quite frankly, no part of the system is working in the current state. The government has failed to convict local gang leaders. They have failed to stop gang recruitment. They have failed to prevent retaliation against persons refusing to join gangs. They have failed to deter youths from leaning towards that way of life. They have failed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I joined this debate here today understanding, as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago and an elected member, the responsibility and the privilege in serving as a Minister of National Security. But today, I focus more as a citizen who has serious concerns about the state of crime and what we face in Trinidad and Tobago. Because you see, after all the posturing, the theatrics, the jockeying, the screaming, the shouting, we face the reality. The first thing I'd like to start off with, Madam Speaker, is reminding the population, through you, that the current Anti-Gang Act expires at the end of this month. So when we are questioned as to why we are here and why this should occupy the debate this afternoon in the legislative agenda, the simple answer is that the current legislation expires in a few days, and we are required as parliamentarians to reflect and to take a decision as to whether this important piece of legislation continues on the books or not. And I quickly remind the population again, should it be forgotten, that the Anti-Gang Act first came into being under a UNC administration in 2011. And furthermore, a PNM opposition at the time offered its full support for the legislation. So to continuously take the population through the trauma of having to understand why parliamentarians are not doing what is right for the country, let the contextual background be put in place. The population are the ones who in 2018 demanded, and it is there, the fact is there, and it is the truth. It is the population that demanded that the current Anti-Gang Act be brought back to Parliament to be debated. The UNC opposition at the time had to capitulate because the population called for it. And the first thing they had to do was agree to a bridging of time and the standing orders to permit this to become legislation. So with that contextual background, after all of the grand charging, I state that gang activity is unfortunately a global phenomenon, Madam Speaker. Every country suffers the scourge and effects of gang activity. The United States, in all of their major cities, Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, and many others, the United Kingdom, all European countries, Central and South America, and all of the countries there, India, There is not a country in the world that does not have illegal gang activity. Secondly, Madam Speaker, there is no single piece of legislation that would eradicate the scourge of gang activity. Not a single piece of legislation will eradicate the scourge, but is that a reason not to support it? Because the legislation is a tool, it's a pillar, an asset to be used by law enforcement in the fight against crime. And I'd like at this stage to read into the record what the police service has said about the anti-gang legislation. Not what we, the politicians, have said, but what the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the body constitutionally charged with the responsibility to protect and serve, have said about this anti-gang legislation. And this is all to the Commissioner of Police, first by the head of legal services in the police service. The recommendation to the Commissioner of Police. It is suggested that the sunset provision contained within the Anti-Gang Act 2018 should be removed and the Act allowed to fulfill the intentions of Parliament, as there is no other legislation capable of capturing the offences contained within the Act. That is what the Chief Legal Officer in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has said. So he's not even asking for a sunset clause. He is saying make this the legislation permanently on the books to deal with anti-gang behavior and gang and criminality. Quickly followed by an Assistant Commissioner of Police in charge of white-collar crime to the Commissioner of Police. The Anti-Gang Act number 1 of 2018, in my respectful view, is a great piece of legislation that assists the police in crime fighting. Fact. Then, by the SIU, the Special Investigation Unit in the police service, who deal with the fight against the gangs in Trinidad. Currently, and this is an important point, Madam Speaker, and let the population hear it clearly today. Currently, this is the police service. There are several ongoing gang investigations being conducted, and they name the units in the police who are conducting these investigations. However, the success of these ongoing gang investigations requires the continuity of the Act so that the evidential threshold could be met to facilitate the arrests, charges, and the prosecutions of persons in the pursuit of law and order, again, in black and white by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Madam Speaker, this Act was proclaimed in 2018, and for the past 30 months, I can assure the population that the Anti-Gang Act has been used by law enforcement to deal with illegal gang activity in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'd like to use this as the point to remind the population, exactly as the police just said, about the specifics of this legislation and why this legislation is unique and should stay on the books of laws of Trinidad and Tobago to deal with the scourge of gang activity and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. Because today, all we're seeking to do is continue it for the next 30 months. And this particular bill, this unique piece of legislation, specifically designed to deal with criminal gang activity, has the following unique and important features, Madam Speaker. At Section 7 of the Act, to coerce or to encourage gang membership is an offense, a specific offense targeted at the continued recruitment of persons. Will it stop recruitment? No. But what it does now is provides a special tool in that fight. Also, retaliatory action. So in other words, you can now charge persons specifically for retaliating gang against gang. It goes on at Section 9. Counseling a gang member is a specific offense. Section 10. Preventing a gang member from leaving a gang is a specific offense. Which parliamentarian would want to prevent a specific offense of anyone wanting to leave a gang being prevented and that person being charged, a person who is trying to discourage a person? Will it solve everything? The answer is no. It is a tool. It is a tool to be used in the fight against criminality. Section 11, an important section. A person who uses a bulletproof vest, firearm, ammunition, prohibited weapon, or has in his possession a bulletproof vest, firearm, ammunition, or prohibited weapon which he ought reasonably to know would be used in the commission of gang-related activity commits an offense. So again, targeting the gang activity we all know exists in Trinidad and Tobago. Section 12, harboring a gang member. So to harbor a gang member is a criminal offense under the legislation. What we're looking to do is continue this specific, unique legislation for the Trinidad and Tobago law enforcement officers, the police service, to fight the scourge of gang and criminal gang activity. Concealing a gang member is made a crime. Recruiting a gang member is made a crime. Tipping off. So if you tip off persons that the police are about to tackle a gang or to raid a gang, it's made a crime. We then move very importantly, because you see, Madam Speaker, these are the unique features of the anti-gang legislation. But I'd like to remind the persons, in particular my colleagues on both sides, it is not only about charging persons. So I heard the goalpost move today. Oh, you may have arrested and charged persons, but are there convictions? In 30 months of conducting important gang and criminal investigations, are there convictions? So the test is, now are there convictions? In 1 minute you're screaming. In 1 minute you're screaming about this is targeting certain people. And the dog whistling went on. The dog whistling went on, but that is for Trinidad and Tobago to judge. We are here for this specific legislation, and the point I'm making, Madam Speaker, it is not only about charging persons with offences under this act. This act also provides very useful tools in the combating of criminal activity that they don't have elsewhere, and that starts at Part 3 of the act, powers of police officers. Police are given very different powers of entry, search, and arrest under this legislation to target gang activity. Section 17, one of the most important pieces one of the most important clauses in this legislation, one of the most unique features, detention orders. Detention orders are being used by the police service numerous occasions. And what this allows the police to do under this important act when they're tackling gangs is to detain persons to go to court for beyond that 48 or 72-hour period to a judge, and the judge says you can hold them for a further 14 days. What are the benefits of that have been utilized by the police service under Section 17 of this very peculiar piece of legislation, but necessary? It allows police to disrupt gang activity. They've prevented many murders. They've prevented other crimes related with gang activities using detention orders, but also it allows them some time to build evidence against individuals. And I'll come very briefly and very shortly to how it has been used. Those are the important points of this legislation. Those are the unique features of this legislation. These are the tools and the pillars and the assets being used by law enforcement to tackle the scourge of gang activity. Has it been used? The answer is yes. But I'd like to stop because I remind the population in 2018, members opposite, and in particular, the Honorable Member for Siparia, they raised concerns. They said, listen, we are concerned about this legislation. They said it may trample on persons' rights. They said it may be open to abuse. They cautioned that this legislation was so unique, forgetting it was in place since 2011, that they did not want to affect persons' constitutional rights. I stand here today to place on the Hansard, Madam Speaker, that from 2018, when it was proclaimed, to now, there has not been a single complaint of abuse with respect to this legislation. Not a single complaint of abuse, trampling of rights of anyone under the anti-gang legislation. So that goalpost has now been eradicated. You can't come with that anymore. Don't say I'm concerned about persons' rights, etc. You're entitled to be concerned. But the fact is that it was not abused. Statistically, persons have been charged
since 2018 with assisting a gang, being a gang leader, being a member of a gang, counseling a gang, gang leader and member benefits, giving to a gang, knowingly providing support to a gang, providing instructions to a gang leader, providing support to a gang leader, retaliatory action, retaliations and actions against a member of a gang, supporting a gang and a gang leader. Those are the main ones I've pulled out. Since 2018, persons have been arrested and charged under this legislation. As you heard the Honorable Attorney General say, each division has been targeting the gangs in their area, and they've been doing so successfully. This morning, last night into this morning, over the last 24 hours, a major gang leader of a gang called the Six Gang in Trinidad and Tobago was arrested and charged under this legislation. You're asking about what goes on? The Commissioner of Police yesterday, Madam Speaker, I saw it being reported, 51 officers were given awards by the Commissioner of Police for the work they did under the anti-gang legislation. The Commissioner of Police this week called upon all of us as parliamentarians to continue giving the tool of the Anti-Gang Act to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So you see, screaming and dog whistling and trying to distract does not take away the fact that there is a gang problem in every country of the world. And we are here as parliamentarians to protect Trinidad and Tobago. And that is why I am saying respectfully, and I'm pleading with all of my colleagues in the House, do what is right for Trinidad and Tobago. Do what it is that the police service, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is asking us as legislators to do, which is to continue with the anti-gang legislation. And I will put on record, if I had my way, I would follow what the police asked for and get rid of the sunset clause and just put this permanently on the books. There has been work ongoing with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the intelligence. They have been doing what needs to be done, working as multi-agencies. Each division has been tackling gangs and gang activity. They have prevented certain criminal acts, including murder, from being carried out using this anti-gang legislation. The record reflects that a number of gang leaders, persons accused of being gang leaders in Trinidad and Tobago, have been targeted, have been charged, have been disrupted, specifically using the Anti-Gang Act. So you see, Madam Speaker, I've been following it closely, and I've been listening. And in the public domain, including from my friends on the other side, as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, and as a person currently charged with the responsibility of being the Minister of National Security, I can say without fear of contradiction that I have not heard a single justifiable reason as to why this legislation shouldn't be continued, especially in light of what I so carefully read into the Hansard this afternoon, in the short period of time that I had to contribute to this important piece of legislation, that our Trinidad and Tobago Police Service have said it is good legislation, they are using the legislation, they wish that there was no more sunset clause to the legislation, and that most importantly, in my view, currently there are several ongoing gang investigations being conducted by, and they name the two units in the police service. However, the success of these ongoing gang investigations requires a continuity of this act so that the evidential threshold could be met to facilitate the arrests, charges, and prosecution of persons in pursuit of law and order. That is the best possible reason from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to us as parliamentarians here today as to why this legislation should be continued. And with those few words, Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues today to continue this legislation. Unfortunately, in my view, for only the next 30 months, but necessarily so, because the police service have used the act. There has been
no abuse of the Act, and they want to continue using the Act. And I caution and tell the population that if it is not supported by the opposition, understand what the police have just told us, that a number of ongoing criminal investigations will fall through, and they will not be able to take the fight to target the gangs in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Barataria, Sanon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, as we debate this very important piece of legislation, which is an act to amend the Anti-Gang Act 2018 to extend its duration, we have heard from the other side, the government, that this bill is working, that this bill is creating an impact on crime. But Madam Speaker, they always have that narrative that they are reducing crime. But when you look behind what the government is saying, and you look at the statistics, you find this. Madam Speaker, in the year 2018, when the anti-gang law was passed, we had 517 murders. In 2019, we had 536 murders, the second highest number of murders in the history of our country. And in 2020, we now have 309 murders in November. When you look now at 2017, before the act was passed, you have 495 murders. And in 2016, you have 462 murders. So the statistics are showing us that when the Anti-Gang Act was not law, the number of murders were actually less. It shows that this piece of legislation has made no impact whatsoever on the murder rate in Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Speaker, you know what is happening here? This is called legislative insanity. You are doing the exact same thing over and over and expecting a different result. You have an incompetent, inept government who is bereft of any plan whatsoever. They have instituted no additional operations or implementations of policies to reduce crime, but only come to this parliament with laws with the expectation that they're going to reduce crime somehow. As my colleague said earlier on, laws alone does not reduce crime. Madam Speaker, if this bill is passed here in this parliament and gets the approval of the Senate, will any person in Trinidad and Tobago feel safer? The answer to that is no. Because when you look at the numbers, when the bill was law in 2019, you had the second highest number of murders in this country. And who was governing at that time? It is this same PNM government. And then I hear the Minister of National Security saying that this bill, if it's not passed, persons may not be charged. Madam Speaker, I need to put this on the record. Every offense that is found in this current law is already law somewhere else in a different act of parliament, or it either forms part of the common law. So if this bill is not passed, it doesn't mean that's the end of it, It means that a person who has possession of a firearm can be charged under the Firearms Act. And it means that someone who is involved in kidnapping can be charged under the kidnapping laws. And it means someone who is charged or commits a murder can be charged with murder under the law. When you have somebody who is committing an offense of robbery, shooting, there are laws, statutes on the book to charge them. Madam Speaker, the Attorney General did provide some level of numbers with respect to the success of this law, and I will get to that when I reach those specific numbers to show you exactly how the police has been operating with the regular laws and tying it in with the anti-gang laws. So what I want the Minister of National Security to tell us, or he should have told us in his debate, is that he called out various offenses, coercing or encouraging gang membership. Well, how many persons were charged with that? preventing a gang member from leaving a gang. No, tell us how many members were charged with preventing a gang member from leaving a gang. What about counseling of a gang member or gang leader? What about harboring and concealing a gang member? Maybe he should tell us if he knows any person who has been charged with harboring and concealing a gang member. Because do you know, Madam Speaker, under this present law, drug offenses are also considered as gang-related offenses. So tell us how many persons were charged. And these are the numbers that we need in this House in order to really determine whether or not this legislation should be supported for a further 30 months. This opposition is not going to be any rubber stamp for this PNM government. You cannot come to this parliament with all of this narrative and say that this bill needs to pass, otherwise all hell will break loose, the sky will fall. Well, Madam Speaker, we heard that so many times and the sky is still there. You ask us to support all of your laws with respect to white-collar crime, money laundering, tax evasion, and today Trinidad and Tobago is still on the blacklist. You continue to fool the population, and we are not taking that this time, Madam Speaker. You look at detention orders. The Minister of National Security said that there are detention orders. Under the current law, you can detain someone under investigation, Madam Speaker. How effective was these detention orders? How effective it was, because it does not reflect at all in the statistics when it comes to the arrest and conviction of gang members and gang leaders. How many this law also applies to the forfeiture of criminal property. How much property was forfeited so far? And there's no single complaint of abuse with respect to this law? I heard the Minister of National Security say, Kevin Stewart, that matter, the Attorney General quoted it, Justice Nolan Barrow, he was awarded, I believe, $300,000 in damages, right, under the anti-gang law. So you can't come and say that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill, as I said, is a legislative insanity. Thank you. This is legislative insanity. You cannot continue to do the same thing over and over and expect a different result. Madam Speaker, in the last debate, when the 2018 bill was being debated, we heard that there were 2,484 gang members currently in Trinidad and Tobago. That is how much we were told. Today we are told that we have just roughly about 1,000 gang members. Well, if you know all of these gang members and you reduce the number of gang members by, let's say, just 1,000, then why don't we have 1,000 charges? Because it is illegal to be a gang member. It is illegal. How many gang leaders form part of this 1,000 persons that there's a reduction on? You reduce the number of gangs by 211 in 2018 to 2020, 129 gangs. But why it is today, we have 309 murders in Trinidad and Tobago. And then my colleague from Naparima spoke of COVID the member for Naparima raised the point that COVID did in fact cause a reduction in crime. And when you look at the statistics, it's clear. When you look, Madam Speaker, at the numbers, March, we started the lockdown. In March 2019, there were 35 murders. In 2020, there were 35. April, there were 49 murders in 2019. You know, in 2020, there's a reduction of 33. In May, we have 43 murders in 2019. There was a reduction to 25 in 2020. In June, 45 murders in 2019, a reduction of 39 in 2020. It clearly shows, Madam Speaker, it's not the government that caused this reduction, but it was through the lockdown because of the COVID-19 virus that caused the reduction in crime. It's not the anti-gang legislation that caused this reduction in crime. It's not the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West that caused a reduction in crime, Madam Speaker. So don't come to this parliament and say that this bill is working fine when there is no convictions under this present law. And that you could count the number of arrests on your fingers. and then come to say that this is a successful piece of law. There are no proper reviews, checks and balances when it comes to finding out how effective this is. Madam Speaker, up to yesterday afternoon, I had difficulty in accessing information with respect to the statistics. I had to wait until the Attorney General came to the House today in order to get that information. Madam Speaker, gangs and the formation of gangs, when you look at it from a criminological aspect, it's a subculture of the society. And gangs have to operate in such a way that they need resources. They require resources. And the member for Naparima did say how gangs get resources in this country. Because through the Diego Martin Regional Corporation and the Port of Spain Corporation, we saw millions of dollars being given to gang leaders and gang members in this country. And then you come here to tell us, let us pass this law. If this government is creating an environment for the subculture of gangs to flourish and now come to bring a law here, then, Madam Speaker, they are clearly on the wrong path to success.
I'll allow you to continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I will just gloss over this issue that we require the passage of the procurement legislation so that we will have in place transparency when it comes to the awarding of contracts so that the state resources does not end up in the criminal hands and the criminal resources of this country. That is what we require. We require that the government, in addition to passing the anti-gang law, also creates the environment for education so that you don't cut gate by $33 million and give rentals in the sum of $43 million.
Madam Speaker,
you don't cut social programs, Madam Speaker. You don't cut
gate
jobs,
twice.
Madam Speaker. People in this country are struggling to buy food.
1 minute. Member for St. Joseph.
Standing Order 48-1, that issue was ruled on twice already, and also 55-1B, tedious repetition.
Okay. Please continue.
People in St. Joseph are suffering for food. That is why they are coming to my offices, and I will continue to help the people of St. Joseph. So I don't have time with the minister, for the member of St. Joseph. Madam Speaker, when you pass laws in a parliament also, you have to look at deterrent strategies. Deterrent strategies. There are 3 strategies when it comes to deterrent. 1, you must have severity of punishment. The second, you must have certainty of punishment. And the third, you must have celerity, which means swiftness. So you have a law. It started back in 2011 for a period of 5 years. The law come back in 2018 for a period of 2.5 years. So cumulatively, it's about 7.5 years. The law does have harsh penalties. 25 years imprisonment, forfeiture of property. That in itself is a deterrent. But when we get to the other limb of certainty, where are the convictions? How many matters are currently before the court that is at an advanced stage of prosecution that you can say that someone who wants to join a gang can say, hey, wait now, if I join this gang, I am surely going to be convicted. That is how the deterrent theory works. And what about swiftness? Because when you have a swift criminal justice system, then when you have a swift criminal justice system with certainty of punishment, you deter persons from being part of gangs. You deter them, Madam Speaker. And that is what we need to see happening. We need to see that we have all of the various systems working together. You have the social system, the education system, you have the criminal justice system, and you have the parliament working in tandem for this to be proper. But when you come to the parliament in a rushed manner to pass this law again and try to come and bully the opposition, Madam Speaker, we are not taking...
I'll ask you to withdraw the word bully.
I uphold your ruling and I do withdraw, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, when I look at the criminal justice system, I just want, if you would allow me, to just quote from one of the cases to show how difficult it is to get a conviction under this present law. And Justice Barrow, as the Attorney General, did quote in the case of Civil Appeal P162 of 2015, the Attorney General against Kevin Stewart. Justice Barrow had this to say. He said, it is readily apparent from these provisions that proving gang membership in a court of law is no slam dunk. It requires a careful compilation of the evidence showing how the gang is organized, how much gang activities perpetrated through gang members and their respective roles in such activity. Evidence at a trial must be carefully led to show the nexus between the gang, the members, and the activity. And he goes on to say that mere surveillance without more may not suffice, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, when you listen and you read what Justice Barrow is saying, he is giving the state basically the prescriptions that are required in order to secure a conviction or even reach a stage of charge under this present law. And Madam Speaker, they have not improved the criminal justice system. You have the DPP office crying out for resources in a cramped location on Richmond Street while the Attorney General is in an ivory glass building overlooking the DPP's office. Madam Speaker, you have judges in this country complaining that there is no paper to print judgments on. You have the magistrates court where the offenses in this current law will be started having a shift system like a junior sec in San Fernando, the constituency of the Attorney General. And then you expect that this law is going to work? Madam Speaker, legislative insanity. Legislative insanity. And then to show you how the law doesn't work, I have in my possession some statistics also, which the Attorney General did say. So we look again at the murders in 2018. In 2018, the TTPS provided that there were 22 gang-related murders that were solved. Solved, I mean, reached the stage of a charge. And there were 28 arrests. 2019, 13 gang-related murders, 10 arrests. 2020, 5 gang-related murders, 13 arrests. You know how much gang-related charges in all of those murders? Not a single one. Zero. Zero. So you charge all of these persons for murders, and you say it's gang-related, but you cannot today prefer a charge of gang-related offenses under the anti-gang law. And you expect us on this side to lend support to that? Legislative insanity, Madam Speaker. It is legislative insanity. And until we can fix the system, then we will be able to find out what is happening. Look at what is happening in the prisons, because all of these persons will be arrested. They will have to spend some time in prison. Right now, the Attorney General is the same person who is filing applications to the High Court to get people out of prison. But now you want to throw persons in prison when there's a COVID outbreak right now. Madam Speaker, I cannot fathom the thinking of this government. I cannot. Madam Speaker, if you look at the law and you look at it, it's very dangerous. It is a far-reaching piece of law in terms of giving the powers to the police. And as I said earlier, from a criminological standpoint, when you look at gang culture, where there are communities where there are low levels of social cohesion, and the state plays a big part in this, when there are low levels of social cohesion, you will have the formation of gangs. You have so many students and children at home right now without devices that they will be on the streets, Madam Speaker, and they can be susceptible to the criminal elements in those communities. You have so many persons who are without jobs that the gangs might provide for them, Madam Speaker, and these are the people we have to think about. So if we really want to be serious about reducing crime and causing a reduction in crime in gang offenses and gang membership and gang leadership in this country, Madam Speaker, we have to start from the bottom. We cannot just lock up people in this country. We have to provide for them, Madam Speaker. You can't just lock them up. And that is something that we have to look at seriously, that in order for the government really to have a dent on crime, you must serve the people of this country. You must give them what is due to them. There must not be only one group of persons that benefit from the largest of the state, Madam Speaker, but it must be equitable distribution of wealth of this country to the citizens. And with those few words, Madam Speaker, I close by saying that this government needs to be serious. You see this PR exercise that they continue to engage in? It must stop, and they must be serious about fixing the criminal justice system. They must be serious about resourcing the police, Madam Speaker. Because when we looked at the budget, you saw the millions of dollars in cuts to the TTPS, and now you expect the same TTPS who now has a budget cut, and the gangs are benefiting from state contracts, so now ask the TTPS to go and lock up those fellas. So again, Madam Speaker, it is legislative insanity. So as I close, I say, Madam Speaker, I look forward to the rest of this debate, and on this side of the Parliament, Madam Speaker, at this stage in time, we do not trust this government in order with what they are saying that this will cause a reduction in crime, and I thank you very much.
Member for Port of Spain South.
Madam Speaker, what the honourable members for Barataria and Naparima have just admitted in both their speeches is that there is a serious gang problem in Trinidad and Tobago. By admission, by quoting the newspapers that shows a grieving mother whose child was killed in a gang-related activity, the honourable member for Naparima is saying a citizen was killed because of a gang. That means that there is a gang problem in Trinidad and Tobago. And I say that one of the ways of curbing gang activity is the continuation and the extension of the life of the Act of 2018. Through you, Madam Speaker, I want to say to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, if you are not a member of a gang or not engaged in gang-related activity, you have nothing to fear from this bill. That's the first point I wish to make. Secondly, if you are a member of a gang, as the member for San Juan Barataria have admitted exists, and the member for Naparima, the honourable members, then we say to you, desist from this activity, dismantle your gangs and stop. And this legislation is geared towards
overruled.
Thank you very much. And this proposed enactment, it is the submission of this government, the proposal to extend the life of the Anti-Gang Act of 2018 is reasonably justified in a society that has a proper respect for the freedom and rights of the individual. The history of this bill, Madam Speaker, will reveal that if the honourable members of the other side take the business of this Parliament seriously and the welfare and safety of their citizens seriously, they will unanimously and without demur support this extension. And I give you the reason for this. This Anti-Gang Act of 2018 has its genesis in the Anti-Gang Act number 10 of 2011. That was the first time in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago that an act of this nature was introduced into Parliament. And it was introduced by the Honourable Member for Separia as leader of the government at that time. What has changed today? In November 2020, that the honourable members on the other side will not support this bill. Madam Speaker, to get some context about this bill, I remind this honourable House and the country that it was around the same time in August of 2011 that a limited state of emergency was imposed. And the stated reasons for the imposition of this limited state, and I quote, was that the intelligence revealed an immediate threat and endangerment of the public safety in Trinidad and Tobago. What do the statistics show? It shows that during the period of this limited state of emergency, which was August the 23rd to 4th of December 2011, that 1,143 persons were detained. But here is the nub. Out of this, 366 were deemed by the then government to be gang-related. What happens then in 2020? Have these disappeared? Is this what they are saying? That is why they are not supporting this legislation? Madam Speaker, it is incumbent on any government, but particularly this government, to relentlessly pursue the decrease and eventual dissipation of gangs and gang-related activity in Trinidad and Tobago. And this we say we will try to do within the parameters of due process and within the limits of the law. This is why, as a responsible government, this government is coming to the Parliament before the Act lapses to ask for the extension. Madam Speaker, that is good governance. If I dare steal a phrase, that's the right choice. The Act itself, we say, concomitant with the duty of a government to relentlessly pursue the eradication of gang activity, is a responsibility by the opposition to support same, especially in light of the fact that it's the said honourable members who brought this act to Parliament in the first place in 2011. Madam Speaker, in this context, we know that we are not debating the act itself, but it is important to examine critical aspects of this act to show that this act presents no erosion of the rights of the citizenry in Trinidad and Tobago, even though some of the provisions may be inconsistent with the Constitution. What this act does, despite of its inconsistency, is that it corrals the powers of the state and it entrenches due process to protect the rights of the citizen. And if you briefly look, and I will just, Madam Feature, take you to a few features of the act, you will see that this act is not objectionable by any objective standard. Firstly, by Section 4, the act outlaws gangs and gang-related activity and membership. Madam Speaker, I ask, how can this be objectionable? The act prescribes stiff penalties against law enforcement persons who are convicted of gang activities. How can that be objectionable? The act prescribes stiff penalties for gang members who cause grievous bodily harm to law enforcement officers. How can that be objectionable? The act imposes stiff penalties on persons who coerces others to join a gang and to be a member of a gang. Madam Speaker, I pause here. Time is precious, but I pause. Section 7 of this act was specifically and strategically placed and geared towards the vulnerable, to protect the vulnerable in our society. This section is meant to protect young persons, young men, young women in this country who do not want to live a life related to gangs. And where can my learned friends find another piece of legislation, either in the common law or any piece of legislation, which will provide such protection? Madam Speaker, without citing any constituency, on a daily basis, people come and say, we have to move out of our ancestral home because my son and my daughter is being threatened that if they do not join a gang, they would lose their lives. That's real. That is the reality. And I say respectfully, honorable members, let us embrace this opportunity to show that we are responsible. Where Can you show me a piece of legislation that protects the coercion of someone who wants to go about their lives, obtain what I know is the GCE, I think it's called CSEC. The Honorable Minister of Education will correct me. But instead of doing that, they go and they are engaged in gang activity. Where can we have where young ladies in this country are allowed to live their lives without being coerced and go and get their BA instead of a BABY by gang members and force threats? Madam Speaker, we say respectfully that this act is important and there are no parallel pieces of legislation that can account for this act and for the lacuna that it's geared to cure. One of the main features of this act is that before someone is charged, Madam Speaker, they must be convicted. But before a conviction is obtained, the state is empowered, the state is and has an onus to bring before a court cogent and compelling evidence. What the learned member, my honorable friend for San Juan Barataria, did not say, Madam Speaker, when he quoted the dicta of Barrow J.A. What Barrow J.A. was saying is that enshrined in this act are protections from the citizenry from being capriciously prosecuted because the state has to bring cogent and compelling evidence in order to secure a conviction. The type of evidence must be admissible, and that is what Section 5 of the Act says. And this powerful evidence of admission by a member. Madam Speaker, you know in another incarnation, the law says that admission is one of the greatest forms of evidence because which person will incriminate themselves unless they are guilty? Apart from that, even the powers of the police under Section 16 that gives the police a power to arrest without a warrant, to detain without a warrant, that is even more circumvented and corralled than under the common law. Because under the common law, a police officer may, if there's reasonable cause, hold someone for over or in excess of 72 hours. Under this act, once you detain a person without a warrant under this act and 72 hours comes, you must apply to a judge in chambers, and this application must be made under oath to have an extension that may go to 14 days. These are built-in protections that this act creates that would support and would ensure that there is due process. All that this does and all that the judgment of Justice of Appeal Barrow does is to show that this act makes it pellucidly clear that the rights of the citizens are protected. I ask, what then are the legitimate objections to the continuation of this act? Madam Speaker, my time is limited, but this bill is asking for an extension, not ad infinitum as the honourable member for Port of Spain North, and there may be some merit in his position, but for 30 months, this government is one of balance. 30 months. And this act, and this is what the statistics have shown, and this cannot be gainsaid, has led to a 40% reduction in gang activity over 2 years. That in itself says that the act has achieved part of its purpose. It means then that the landscape is changing and that young men and women are now thinking for themselves and trying to aspire to something differently. What we say, therefore, is that because of this positive trend, we are calling on the honourable members on the other side to support the extension of this act. I look with guarded optimism, and I'm eternally grateful, Madam Speaker, that I have today made Marlon Asher a fibber, because now in my constituency of Port of Spain South, Nelson no longer wars with John, and Picton no longer wars with Don Kelly man. They have put down their guns. It means then that Port of Spain South and the environment and the environs are looking away from gangs. But it is because partially of this legislation and other initiatives by this government that is happening. Do not take it away now. We have come too far to turn back now. And this legislation, we say, can be a critical contributor in the lives of our young men and women throughout this country, so that they will themselves see that their perception of themselves and their future has nothing to do with a gang. And this is one of the advantages of having a piece of legislation like the Anti-Gang Act of 2018, and an advantage of extending its life. So, Madam Speaker, as I close, I want to see gangs in Port of Spain and throughout the country, you know, but a new type of gang. I would like to see gangs involving captains of industry, as is going on right now in Silots. I would like to see gangs, Madam Speaker, of skilled and semi-skilled persons gainfully employed in the new Salvatore site and that project of the revitalization of Port of Spain that was launched. I want to see gangs of technically qualified young men and women who are part of the new plaza, the Memorial Plaza Development Project, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is now part of the Port of Spain landscape. I would like to see gangs of ladies from Port of Spain South with their inherent entrepreneurial spirit and their sweet hand cooking food in our Piccadilly Street development and at the breakfast shed at the new Citygate development. Madam Speaker, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, until this becomes a reality, this legislation, I say, is, and this is the phrase I want to use, Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this legislation is reasonably needed in order, and we say it's reasonably justifiable in a society that has a proper respect for the rights and freedoms of the individual. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we started this incarnation of the Parliament with an opportunity for the honorable members on the other side to support what I call the COVID bill, to step up to the plate and support it. That did not happen. We came back and there was a budget presented by the honorable member for Diego Martin North East, which was acclaimed both nationally and internationally. And that ought have to be supported. It was not. I asked them to step up to the plate. Now it's the third time. And if you know the baseball analogy of stepping up to the plate, 3 strikes and you're out. This is the third time that we asked them to step up to the plate and support a bill to extend an act that you first brought to this Parliament. And we say, with the greatest of respect, and I take issue with the honorable member for Barataria, San Juan Barataria, when he
Member, you have 2 more minutes.
I am on target, but thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We take offense when the honorable member for San Juan Barataria comes in this house and say that the corporations in Diego Martin and Port of Spain are funding gang-related activity. Although it supports us to the extent that it says and it recognizes that they're gang-related activity, that is not what is happening in Port of Spain. We are funding legitimate businessmen and women who go through a strict procurement process in order to get work at these corporations. That being said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is my hope that at this third ingress to the plate that this bill in this agora that is the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago is supported by all right-thinking members. Mr. Deputy Speaker, why now? What has changed between 2011 and now that the honourable members on the other side will not support this bill? How can the honourable members justify to the citizenry, to their constituents in Trinidad and Tobago, the lack of support of this bill? I say that there's no reasonable justification, and this respectfully is my contribution, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to start off by saying that we on this side, in the opposition, we are fully aware of the plight of the people. Even in my constituency of Chaguanas West, for the past month, we have had an increase in home invasions. I myself, I have met with at least 2 of the victims of those home invasions, and I dare say that the anti-gang law that presently exists did not bring relief to those victims. The Honorable Attorney General in piloting the bill, the Minister of National Security who followed, and members who followed, my colleague from Port of Spain South, they all contributed to this debate. And I wonder whether we are debating the anti-gang bill to become law in 2011, or whether we are debating the bill that is in front of us. Now, I would like to say that when the Attorney General, in piloting this bill, he spoke about the test of proportionality. And the gist of what he made in respect of the sunset clause and the link with the proportionality test was that this sunset clause that we are seeking to extend, it adds to the proportionality of the law that is before the Parliament now. And that is not the case. It is not the case that a law becomes proportional to the aims and the objectives that it seeks by putting a sunset clause. The sunset clause has a different purpose. And I want to let the members on the other side know that in as much as they have spoken a lot about the 2011 to 2015 period and the bill, the law that was passed then, the anti-gang law in 2011, it was this side that introduced the sunset clause in that bill. So it was we who introduced the sunset clause, and there's a reason for that. Sunset clauses are introduced for certain periods where information is limited or uncertain, but the perceived need for action is high. So when the bill in 2011, the first time this law was brought to the Parliament, we introduced the sunset clause knowing fully well what was the reason for putting an sunset clause. You want to introduce law for a certain period of time where you have limited and uncertain information, but you perceive the need for action is high. In 2017, 2018, members came back to the Parliament, and the history will bear it out, what took place. But the sunset clause was reduced from 5 years to 2.5 years. And the reason for that, again, is that if you are seeking to justify increasing the legitimacy of the act, you are seeking to resuscitate the life of the bill. In this particular case, the bill comes to an end, I think it is the 29th of November. But you are seeking to resuscitate it post 29th of November for a further 30 months. What you are looking at is that on what basis are you seeking that at this point in time? So it is not, you cannot compare the principles that you would have applied in 2011 with what should obtain now. Where we are now in this debate, why we are really here, is that we have to exhibit now, if we are increasing the life of the act, we have to look at exercising democratic oversight. And to do justice in this respect, Deputy Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need to have sufficient data, we need to have the proper information so that we can make an informed decision whether or not the act is in fact fulfilling the aims and objectives for which it was intended. So we are not back at 2011, and we don't need to describe and discuss the provisions of it. We did that already. We are here today, and we need to know the efficacy of this law in terms of saying, yes, we can now resuscitate it post-2020. Now, when we talk about statistics, I know in the public domain, originating from certain quarters, the phrase, the decrease in the increase in crime. We have heard that now, that is common parlance, the decrease in the increase in crime. We hear statistics, but do we really understand the extent of the statistics and how does it trickle down? How does it translate to the population? And when you look at it, here it is, we are talking about 38 matters before the court, and you have a reduction in gang from 2,000 to 1,000, whatever the figures may be. But you have between 2015 to 2019, the amount of murders, the accumulated amount of murders, to 2,430 murders. My learned friend, my colleague for Barataria San Juan, he broke down some of the years when he spoke about the murders. But the cumulative amount of murders between 2015 and 2019 is 2,430. And if we add what we have for this year, 2020, it will be 2,795. So you could talk how many statistics you want, but in a 5-year period, you're talking almost 3,000 loss of lives. In terms of kidnapping, for the 2015 to 2019, you have had 520 kidnapping cases. So when we are talking statistics, we have to look at the real statistics on the ground, the loss of lives, the abduction of people, and this is where we have to aim towards viewing. That is the lens through which we have to look at whether or not we are going to resuscitate this anti-gang law. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to bring it home a little bit in terms of reality and not just house it or couch it in statistics, what we see on a daily basis is that we have unexplained murders of old people, of women, men. We have, when you look at news in the night, when you look at the television, we are seeing big people crying on television. You have people begging to come home to bury their murdered family members. And when you drive out this evening and you look at some of the digital billboards on the way out of Port of Spain, you will see billboards advertising missing teenage children. This is a serious matter. When you are in traffic and you're passing digital billboards, this is what faces you. You see the faces of people who have gone missing and there is no clue as to where they are. The question I ask, what statistics do we have to show us as against this real-life empirical statement that will tell us that this anti-gang law is worth resuscitating? So I say that to start off, please, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, we have to look at the question of my learned friend for Port of Spain South. He says you have nothing to fear if you have not committed a crime. Now, that is no real reason, and that cannot be a real thinking reason that you will say, okay, if you don't commit the crime, you have nothing to fear. The preamble in this bill is unusually long. And the reason why you have a preamble of this length, and I think the Honorable Attorney General, when he piloted the bill, in fairness to him, he read out some of the preamble because it is clear that there's an incursion into your freedom, into your rights. And therefore, that is why we have spelled it out in the bill. What happens is that you have to make up your mind. Are you a government that is committed to the principles of rule of law, Do you subscribe to the rule of law? Because if you do, you must have proper justification to say, I am going to extend the life of this bill. He spent some time talking about the provisions of the bill, and as I say, a lot of debate that we have heard on the other side is really, we are not debating the 2011 law, nor what was presented before the Parliament in 2018. We have gone past that. The question is this bill, is this law working, and therefore this bill should be passed to extend the life. So we don't need to examine the provisions in the manner in which he has done. Now, where we find one of the other points is that we are talking about why not pass this law, resuscitate it, so that we can prevent gang activity. And this is exactly where the information has to be presented. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my colleague for Barataria San Juan, and those who spoke before me, member for Naparima, if it is, you have statistics, and I know the Attorney General, learned Attorney General, made mention of the fact that you just have to go to this site and that site and you will get the crime statistics. The statistics which we want is we want to know what is the status of those prosecutions. So how many matters actually were prosecuted before the courts? I understand you're saying that 38 are presently before the courts. What are the status of those matters? Have they been in the system? When were these people charged? Have they been in the system for 2.5 years only? Or were they in the system for a longer period of time, a shorter period of time? The reason why we would like to know this is because we need to know if it is advanced. If it is not advanced, maybe the law is actually working in bringing these people before the courts, but it is falling short somewhere else. We have to look at this in a proper manner, and that is not what is happening on members on the other side. We have to pay attention to the detail, as we sometimes say the devil is in the detail. So not before due diligence and proper ventilation of these issues, exactly what data we have, will we on this side or the public be in a better position to understand the full import and implications of extending the life of this bill. I want to make it clear that if we do not take this lock horns with the details that we require, what we could very well find ourselves doing is abdicating our responsibility in terms of formulating proper policies to keep the nation safe. And as opposed to that, we will be shifting the risk of blame and accountability to a later time. So you can't say at this point in time that it is just sufficient. This bill has worked. We want to make sure, I don't know how it is we can say that we want to provide legislative framework to law enforcement to do things when we are not sure exactly how it is working. That is number one. Number two, I would like to ask, how do you on one hand reconcile you saying that you want to provide legislative framework or continue it at least, and on the other hand you cut the budget for the legislative enforcement agencies? And if you cut the budget for them, how do you really assess that they are really working and they are instituting the laws in the way it ought to apply? So we have serious problems, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, one of the things that I have heard coming from the other side, and I think that no one wants they don't want us to say these things, is that you have to look, the question is, what do you do? I myself, member for Port of Spain South, I want to walk down the streets of Felicity, and I want to be able, I want the people in that vicinity, they can walk in the night, and people in that community, they can fry their pullory on the side of the street, and people can come out and walk and go and get their food stuff and their night snacks. We all want that. But the question is, how do you get persons to really move away from a life of living in a gang? And I know that is a question you pose really passionately. But we have to look at it in a holistic way. Holistic, H-O-L-I-S-T-I-C, but holistic as well. And this is where we are saying on this side, you have to consider whether or not you need to look at other programs. How do you cut gate? How do you close down institutions? And this is what member for Naparima was saying. How do you do these things and yet still you are saying that you want to have success in fighting the gangs? You have to take them away. This law by itself is not the panacea to all criminality. And this is what is being made out today. And yet, for all, we are not seeing proper statistics. One of the things that we have not heard addressed at all is that you have media reports, and one of it is that we have the Venezuela gang muscles coming within our shores. And there's an article, a nice online article. It is Inside Crime, and it is entitled Venezuela Gang Muscles into Trinidad and Tobago. Others may follow. And this is May 20th, 2019. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, what it refers to is that they are making reference to Venezuela gangs infiltrating our borders. And we have not heard that at all, whether or not we are taking steps to curb this. Is it that this anti-gang law has somehow borne fruit in this last year, since we have had these migrants come in and we have had breach of the borders? So you are looking at the law, but you are not looking at it from the point of view as to whether or not it is working. How many of the gangs? You are saying that if local gangs have reduced from 4,000 to 2,000 or 2,000 to 1,000, whatever the figures may be, if we have a reduction in the gangs locally, do we have any instances of when we refer to the gang infiltration now, by these people, and I'm quoting, it's not me who's saying this, it is the Inside Crime. And there are other articles as well, which the news are referring to Venezuelan gangs coming into Trinidad. Are we able to deal with that? Is it that this law, how do you factor in this law in treating with that scenario? So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, no one has made mention of that scenario, and it is cause for concern. You cannot just simply extend the life of a bill because you anticipate, or you are desirous, or you are hopeful that it is going to bring success. There was a reason why the Parliament and its collective wisdom would have said in 2018, 30 months. You are coming again to say 30 months. We need to know why. And again, I say that the sunset clause is not necessarily to bring proportionality to the law at hand. The sunset clause is so that you can look at it and determine with proper empirical data whether or not it is working. And we have not heard that information here, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I close, what we have had since 2011 till now is a complete take from the old bill or the old law till now. And that is fine. What you have is that you have to be able to satisfy us. When you say, whereas there has been a rapid growth of criminal gang activity within the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in your recital, that is in fact not what we are hearing here today. So tell us, the statistics will bear it out, and it will tell us. And the statistics I'm referring to is not talking about the decrease in the increase in crime and what I have referred to before. We need to see that there is something realistic that we can point to. We need to see what those matters. How come we do not have convictions? We understand that one doesn't necessarily equate to the other, but how is it that you have had this law for this period of time, but you are not able to give us the status of these matters? And if it is we have no convictions, is it that the matters are advancing and it is about to be heard at trial? Just today, there is social media posts of where we have a magistrate complaining about one laptop having to be shared amongst 3 or 4 courtrooms. Are these the reasons why we are not advancing in terms of prosecuting and having convictions? It is a known fact that there's an element of deterrence when you have the conviction, not necessarily the prosecution. So you have to have a conviction so that you can post.
Remember, you have 2 more minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the simple point is that the conviction is what lends an element of deterrence to those other gang members that I will not go down that road. They will think twice before they involve themselves in gang activities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I close off, we on this side, we have said it time and again, I don't know what is this 3 strikes and you're out about, because I know when the Parliament was opened, we were careful to criticize the legislation that was presented before the Parliament, And history, in this short history of time since the opening of Parliament till now, we have in fact seen that what we were asking for, which was the regulations, there have been problems with the legislation, with the regulation, sorry. We did support at the beginning, member for Port of Spain South, we did support. So I don't know what is this 3 strikes and you're out about. After that, if we do not see that there was a proper fiscal policy, we are not going to beg pardon. We will not support it. And in this particular instance, in this instance, if we are not satisfied that this bill is working, it is achieving the objectives for which it was passed before in the last 2.5 years, we are not going to support it. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, I close. It is either we are a society that we are committed to the rule of law, and therefore we can't just say we want a law on the books when we accept it encroaches on people's rights. We need to know that it is working, it is somehow beneficial for the wider good. And I don't want to get into the law, we are out of time, but I am glad that the Attorney General has accepted in his opening that this is a bill that would require a special majority, having regard to the nature of what it is seeking to accomplish. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I look forward. I want to endorse and adopt all the members that came before me on the opposition side. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Laventille West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for so recognizing me. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think it is prudent for me to begin where the last member left off. The member spoke expansively on the question of the data. He thinks, he told us, that we need not hark back to the discussions that we had in 2011, nor indeed 5 years later in 2016, when the law, as you'd heard before, Mr. Deputy Speaker, having been brought to this House by the UNC as a government, the then government, lasted for 5 years with our support, accompanied with a bail bill which suggested that where a person was charged under the provisions of this, the anti-gang law that we are attempting to amend today, and in particular to extend its life, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as you would have heard, they rejected it in 2016. We came back in 2017, rejected again, and in 2018, under tremendous public pressure, supported it with a reduced timeline. And so we are here today seeking, for the benefit of and protection of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, its extension by 30 months. But the last speaker doesn't want us to consider that history at all because it doesn't support their position. And I have already discerned that their position is that they are not prepared to support this extension, as indeed was their position in 2016 when it came up for renewal, and by then we were in government. It was their position in 17 and in 18, and it is their position again today. They have not changed. The member spoke about convictions, and one of the reasons why we have to hark back to those discussions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is because we're not altogether speaking to them. We are speaking to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago on whose account and whose benefit we came to this Parliament with these measures today, because it is about their protection. So they ought to know, as the last member talks about convictions, that the government, the executive, and certainly the Parliament has nothing to do with convictions per se. The Parliament makes law. The government administers the affairs of the country. It often promotes the law when it comes here on behalf of the people. The police would carry out their investigations, conduct police activities in accordance with the law, and it is for the judiciary to decide on the outcomes of those issues. So to bring those matters about convictions to the feet of those of us here in the Parliament and in the government is disingenuous indeed. And I reject that as one of the reasons they are offering today for not wanting to extend the life of this. The question of convictions has nothing to do with the government. It is a matter for the police, and it is a matter for the judiciary. That argument has to be rejected. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Barataria San Juan spoke earlier, and he made reference to Mr. Justice of Appeal Barrow's comments in a matter. And for those who do not know, they might agree with him. But Mr. Justice Barrow in the Court of Appeal, along with others, got involved and had to analyze the provisions of this anti-gang law when about 245 young persons were arrested in Trinidad and Tobago at the bottom of 2011 without any evidence, leaving the DPP to go to the court to tell the court to abandon all those prosecutions. And that was done by the UNC. The Attorney General reminded us today correctly that the only criticism of this law from a constitutional standpoint or from the judicial standpoint came as a consequence of the behavior of the UNC in 2011 when the day after its proclamation, they declared a state of emergency and arrested people willy-nilly, leading to us paying millions of dollars in damages. Since then, there has been no judicial criticism of these measures. And Mr. Justice Barrow, who the member for Barataria San Juan quoted, it was in response to that reckless behavior encouraged by the then government. He outlined the way the law ought to operate. He was telling those who did it, you did not do it right. This is the way it ought to operate. And I might tell you, those who listened, including the police service, took their time in from the deliberations of Mr. Justice of Appeal Barrow, and that is the reason why, since then, there has been no judicial criticism of these measures under the watch of this government. Because they began to do the right things on the basis of the guidance of Mr. Justice of Appeal Barrow. So when the member for Barataria San Juan comes here today, pretentious as usual, quoting Mr. Barrow, the public needs to understand the context in which those comments were delivered. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Barataria San Juan showed his newness, but for those of us who have been around, and I remember in the budget debate, the Prime Minister, speaking from this very podium, told my colleagues on the other side, those of you who have now come, newbies, if I may use a colloquialism, rather than jumping hot-headedly off the political campaign platforms, following those around you who feel noise and scandalous pronouncements would do it all. He warned them, he advised them with his experience that they must stop, they must read, they must learn, they must listen, don't just jump in. So the member for Barataria San Juan just jump in today. And he told us today a matter that we dealt with in 2011 when we debated the measures which they brought. We debated it in 16, 17, and 18 when they misconducted themselves in trying to reject it in the most unprincipled ways. He submitted here today that you don't really need the gang law because you could charge a man on the substantive charge of murder or kidnapping or possession of a firearm or terrorism or what have you. You don't need the anti-gang law. I heard him say so today, without bearing in mind that 2 heads, 3 heads, a gang is far more structured and organized, with further reach, with more money, with more resources than a single operator. And that is why Trinidad and Tobago, with our support, passed anti-gang law. Because when they operate together, they are more structured and more organized, and they do more damage. Two heads are better than one, but he came here today like a newbie to tell us that which we had passed a long time ago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But I forgive him for his newness. And anti-gang laws exist in civilized democracies all over the world. And as I heard the Commissioner of Police submit a few days ago in his public expressions, our law is very, very weak as compared to others, where there are provisions that say once you are charged or convicted under this law, anti-gang law, you are not even permitted to contact or call other gang members. You are debarred from going in certain areas. And a whole lot more stringent measures. But in Trinidad and Tobago, where we are afflicted by gangland activity, we can't have those stringent measures. You know why? Because there are those who posture on the business of constitutional rights, legitimate and proper as they are. Because when we put the Independence Constitution in place, and by we I mean the PNM government, we put enshrined in it these constitutional rights. But everybody knows in Trinidad and Tobago that we have a constitutional court, and constitutional issues are not big issues in Trinidad in the sense that when people's constitutional rights are infringed, there's an independent constitutional court which has since 1962 redressed these matters and resolved them in the way the courts do. There is no issue around the constitutionality of this matter, none. The balance has been found between the rights of the individuals, the citizens, and the need to protect them, as is recited in the preamble to this. So the member for Naparima, I think it is, he tells us quite strenuously, nothing has been achieved since then, ignoring that the Minister of National Security on behalf of the police service spoke here today and told us that 51 officers were commended by the police commissioner recently, rewarded for their hard work in dismantling gangs, a project that they are undertaking in the realm of policing outside of all parliamentary gaze. And that there have been 38 arrests under this gang law in this year alone in 2020. And altogether about 88 over the last 6 years. Under the guidance of the judgment of Mr. Barrow, as I explained earlier. Unlike what had happened with the 245 people sometime before that. So their fears, their pretentious fears are not real. All those are intellectual and mental gymnastics to try to avoid supporting this legislation because they believe whatever the authority or power that is given under this law to deal with criminals, it is given to the government. This has nothing to do with the government. We are acting on behalf of the people, including those who the member for Naparima told us had been pistol whipped recently. And those who have to be careful when they go in to and from their homes. They admitted, as the member for Port of Spain South, who I must commend for a very mightyful presentation here today, with his background as a criminal attorney at law, among other things. He said to us today, and I concur without more, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that they actually argued the case for this bill. But that is what happens when you seek to deceive. You become unprincipled and fuzzy and all over the place. So you end up next to a cemetery, as Vasant Bharat said. You end up in a crisis of leadership. Saying all manners of foolish things as you stumble along. But our focus is to protect the people of this country. Imagine the member for Barataria Sound One telling us that we send in the police to lock up people who we give contracts to. So we give them contracts, and now we send in the police to lock them up for gang behavior. What convoluted rubbish. If anything, he needs to be more concerned about a certain political party, which for 5 years created mayhem in the treasury of this country, destroyed all the institutions, and still had the temerity to go back to the electorate recently. But the people again resolved that. They were rejected. Rejected. And he called what he described earlier as legislative insanity. Well, I call what they did political insanity. And that's why the people dispensed political treatment on them and scuttled them back to opposition, where they will remain for the next 15 years. How do we measure? Who measures the preventative aspect of law enforcement? Who measures that? So we could say there were 38 arrests in 2020, 88 altogether since we have been applying this legislation, 245 that came to nothing before Mr. Barrow intervened under the UNC and their madness. But who measures the preventative aspect of this law? How are we to know that in the absence of this, you would have had much more mayhem and chaos in the society? I didn't measure it, but what I do know as we speak, as they have admitted, we have gangland activity here. I represent Laventille West. I have heard teachers say even in the schools, children had begun to show signs of the schism of Rasticity and Muslim and Sikhs and that in the school, primary schools. Well, don't talk for secondary schools. I have had the unpleasant experience of hearing parents tell me their little children, 6- and 7-year-old primary school students, afraid to pass in this area and to pass in that because the children have a sense of the danger that exists. As Mr. Scotland, member for Paulus Payne South, pointed out, recently among themselves, the gangs decided to stop aiming and shooting at each other, and we commend that. We support them in that. But at the same time, the police have their work to do, and we support the police too. And the measures we are before you with today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is not a PNM request. It's not a government request per se. It is the police commissioner speaking on behalf of the police service, telling us that this legislation has assisted them greatly in their management of gangland activity and crime more generally in the society, and they are the ones who want it to continue. So I want my friends on the other side to understand, when you say no, you're not saying no to us. We are only here representing the police service and representing the people who they are paid and sworn to protect. So you're doing us no favor. We ask you to be bigger than that and to be true to your oaths and to do that which is principled and right. We know you have difficulty finding principle. But we urge you to do that for the children and for the people's sake. The member for Naparima spoke about young black males. Well, I'm not so young anymore, but I'm a black male. And I represent thousands of them, not only in Laventille, all over Trinidad and Tobago. And I have had to interface with them on diverse occasions in diverse ways. And when I thought the member for Naparima would have come here today, and instead of saying that we don't like them, we have them in remand yard, I thought he would have gone a little further, a little deeper, and asked why do you find yourself there in the first place?
2 more minutes, member.
I'm obliged. And give our young citizens better advice and direction, which we propose to do from the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, which this is all about. The development, the training, the inspiration, the promotion of ideas from the young people, and encourage them to do right, not to pretend that you care about them because they end up in remand yard. The same ones who pistol whip your neighbor. We need to teach them right. And that's what we are about to do. In the meantime, as we move to a conclusion, with the minute I have left, I support the continuation of this, not for my own sake. Sometimes I see ad hominem discussions and voting take place in this House. By that I mean, it appears to me there are some people who don't support legislation because they're worried about how it might affect them personally. But as the member for Port of Spain South said, rather potently, if you don't have cocoa in sun, you don't have to worry for rain. But we have a duty as parliamentarians to speak and act and vote on the basis of our concerns for, our promise to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. In those circumstances, I lend full support to these measures on behalf of the people of Laventille West, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of this honorable House to use your intellect, stand on the basis of principle, let the facts speak sufficiently loudly, and do the right and honorable thing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the member for Urupuch East.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, like the member who spoke before me, I also was not prepared to speak today. But I wanted to just add my voice to the debate to reflect on one piece of data and one piece of data alone that came to my attention, and I believe so far in the debate, unless I'm terribly mistaken, that data has not been brought to the fore on this anti-gang legislation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to comment very briefly on the speaker before me. And the speaker before me, of course, with typical bravado, spoke in glowing terms about the government's contribution to this matter and the successes, and of course, sought to pull at our heartstring to convey a message that this will in some way save the nation and save the youth of the nation if this measure is passed today. That is fine, and I imagine that is the work of the honorable member. A very busy member. I saw him along with other ministers at a bus shed calling themselves opening a transportation hub. But a busy member nevertheless. The member made a very interesting statement after he opened the transportation hub. He said that the member for Sama Barataria spoke earlier today and was making the point on conviction. And the member for Laventille West made, to me, a remarkable declaration. He says the Parliament is not concerned with conviction. We make law. We are concerned with making laws. We are not concerned with conviction. What do we make laws for? Why are we in the business of making laws? It is because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my time is very limited. I don't have time to waste.
1 second.
Point of order.
Proceed, member. What? Point of order.
I did not say that we were not concerned. I said we were not responsible for convictions.
Minutes that I have.
1 second, member. One second. Please, continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before that, whatever it was, I was making the point that why do we pass laws? Why do we pass laws? We pass laws because we recognize there's something wrong, that wrongdoing is afoot, and that persons, individuals, commit wrong. And if they commit wrong, they ought to be convicted. They ought to face justice. So the reason we make law is because we believe that wrongdoers ought to face justice, and if they have committed a wrong, they ought to be convicted. So we make laws for conviction. We don't make laws to parade people in the police station, arrest them, keep them 72 hours, 100, keep them 10 days, 14 days, and let them go. That's not the purpose of law. The purpose of law is to correct wrongdoing and seek justice. And if the person is guilty, they face the full brunt of the law, which means conviction. So for the member for Laventille West to be saying that Parliament is not about conviction, and the member for Sawa Barataria was wrong to raise that, that is the job of the judiciary. The judiciary interprets the laws that we make in the Parliament. So I wanted to make that point squarely as I move on. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government has disqualified itself from bringing this measure to the Parliament. They have simply disqualified themselves by their conduct, by their attitude, by the actions they have taken. So they have no moral authority to bring this matter to the Parliament. A piece of data came to my attention. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm hoping that someone would rise later and say that this data I received is inaccurate, it is wrong, it is not so, and so on. I have in my hand 2 sheets of paper here. It is data from the Trinidad and Tobago Service. It is dated 22nd of the 9th, 2020, 9th being September. So it is as recent as one could think of, this being November, and so on. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a chart in front of me. It looks like a binary card. I don't know if anybody could remember that. These cards where you have 01010000. It reads like that. I have the list here of what are 30 offenses under the Anti-Gang Act. And I will just tell you a few because I don't want to read the 30. Assisting a gang, being a member of a gang, cursing a member of a gang, inviting support for a gang, gang activity, of course, knowingly provide support to a gang, possession of ammunition for benefit of a gang, providing instructions to a gang leader, etc., etc. But there are 30 offenses. The data from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service from 2000 to 2020 tells us that in the 20 years, we have had 291 arrests. In 20 years. 291 arrests in 20 years. This is the data I have. You know what is fascinating, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Out of the 291, 208 were in 2011 when there was a state of emergency. Unless my calculations are wrong again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 291 take away 208 should, is 51 or something like that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, 83% of those arrested in 20 years was in 2011 when you had a state of emergency. That's amazing. The government loves to speak about that state of emergency. It was wrong and the wrongdoing of it, and you know, shepherd and corral young people and so on. Okay, I'm not here today to argue that. But 83% of the data for arrests came in one occasion, in one event. So therefore, I'm telling you today that what is happening now is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they have had a paltry 17% of arrests in 20 years out of that 291. I think, unless I'm mistaken, I think it's 51 arrests. And this is a sheet saying arrests, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Arrests of offenses under the anti-gang. Now, there are other offenses and murder and so on that is linked to the gangs because they are scheduled in legislation. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for years, let me tell you something, Mr. Deputy Speaker, being a member of a gang, and hear this, in 2009, 2 persons arrested. In 2013, 3, 2014, 12, 2015, 5, 2018, 2, 2019, 6, and as of the date, 22nd of the 9th, 2020, do you know in 2020, being a member of a gang, 0 arrested. 0. Now, I'm hearing the Attorney General today make this statement about 30 people arrested as being a member of a gang and so on. But I'm wondering whether they are using statistics of other crimes committed under other pieces of legislation and suggesting that those persons are known members of gangs. But they could not have been arrested for an offense called being a member of a gang. Being a gang member is an offense. In 2019, 1 person was arrested. And I asked the Attorney General to bring clarity. I'm willing to share this document with him because it is a document of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service telling us clearly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this matter is not a matter that we can treat as if it has been a grand success. And I want to make the point that, and I'm going to make the point that between 2010 to 2015 as well, apart from being a member of a gang, I looked through the data and you didn't have much change either. So it means that there must be something fundamentally wrong with this legislation, and we ought to relook the legislation in its entirety. And that is the point. We ought to look it over in its entirety, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as I just want to correct that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So for 20 years, 83 persons arrested in 20 years. 83 persons. So the data is showing 83 arrests in 20 years, according to these 30 items here. In 2019, 22 persons arrested. The highest number, invariably, is in 2 categories from the 22. I just want to point that out. The 22, the highest would be counseling a gang, 2 people. And supporting a gang leader, 2 persons. So 22, and I being a member of a gang, 6. And charges in relation to the Anti-Gang Act, 6. So 22 persons in 2019, 2 at September 22nd in 2020. I don't know if that changed by now. So the point is that this thing has not brought the successes that the ministers opposite speak about. It did not. And we ought to take a decision to relook and review and re-examine the legislation in its entirety. Because you can't tell us in 20 years you have had 291 arrests. And if you take away the state of emergency, you had 83 arrests in 20 years. A full year 2018, 12 arrests. I tell you, it looks like a binary card. So the Attorney General could bring clarity to this matter. Because you see, there's also another data the Attorney General shared with us today. The Attorney General spoke earlier and indicated that in 2018 we had 2,400 gang members. In 2020 we have 1,014 members within the gangs. Now that suggests that 1,200, well let's say 1,400, cease being gang members. what did they do? Return their membership card? Because they are not captured under the arrest column. Now, that doesn't mean they are not arrested. That doesn't mean they are not arrested. If they are warm, bodied human beings, they're somewhere. They could not have migrated, but they are not captured under this act. So if they are incarcerated, or if they are dead, for that matter, they will cease to be gang members if they die. They may come off, but that result is certainly not the work of the anti-gang legislation. It may be other pieces of legislation that the member for Samoa Barataria spoke well about, that they have been captured, imprisoned, charged, arrested and charged under other pieces of legislation, not this. So to put a little consolation here is that persons can continue to be arrested and charged and one day even convicted with or without this piece of legislation. We also hear that the total number of gangs moved from 211 in 2018 to 129 in 2020. Now, that's a remarkable reduction. How did it happen? It did not happen because of this legislation. So I could compliment today the police. I could compliment the 51 detectives for their great work in dealing with the gangs. But I want to tell the 51 detectives it didn't come because of this. It didn't happen. It could not have happened because the data is a binary card that tells us 0, 2, 1, 1, 1 for all the offenses. The key offenses is really being a member of a gang and charges in relation to the Anti-Gang Act. Charges in relation to the Anti-Gang Act, the Attorney General could correct us again whether or not that include murder. But you see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to give the impression that this act is the be-all and end-all, and if we don't do this today, we will save the youth and so on, I think is to unintentionally mislead the national community and to place the opposition in this unenviable position again, where if you support, well, fine, they will continue to attack us. And if we don't support, well, then tomorrow, if someone is unfortunately killed in what could be termed gang-related activity, they will say, look, it's the opposition, blame the opposition. That's what they'll say. But you can't do that because you have brought the data, the police has the data, that this thing clearly is not working in the way we want it to work. And there are other problems. I want to quote from an article dated 9th September 2020, quite recent. Gang killings stump police. And the commissioner had this to say: the problem in solving gang-related murders remained a major challenge as witnesses were not willing to come forward, as opposed to the number of people who cooperate when police are involved in a fatal shooting. The commissioner said the inability to collect useful DNA evidence in drive-by shootings and other scientific evidence reduces the ability to solve gang killings without witnesses, a problem encountered elsewhere. So clearly, there are other issues to deal with. DNA, Forensic Science Lab, Office of the DPP, other areas in the criminal justice setup in the criminal justice system that requires our attention as well at Parliament and at the level of the committee. Assuming they don't kick you out there because they believe you conflicted after they fabricate their own stories. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I saw this table before me, I could not believe that we are coming to debate a bill and put pressure on all members and the national community to say in 20 years, 291 persons arrested. I also want to be honest and also put my cards on the table. It could well be, I don't know, we don't have that level of intelligence, at least in the Parliament, other members may have, that, look, the 22 people arrested in 2019, they are not just 22 ordinary people. Maybe they are 22 gang leaders. Maybe there are 10 or 12 serious gang leaders that intelligence believe are responsible for multiple killings. If that is so, the Attorney General can tell us, because while we may look at 22 in 1 year and say, well, what is that? That's a small number. It could be 22 significant people that intelligence believe look responsible for 100 murders. You can tell us that. But without squaring with the opposition, without squaring with us, and putting the facts on the table, you cannot come to carry an argument that this is the be-all and end-all in the fight against crime, and certainly in the fight against gang violence. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in closing, I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate, really, the police for the job that they have been doing in these matters. I congratulate other areas of law enforcement, notwithstanding the very serious challenges faced by law enforcement institutions. I echo the view earlier of my colleagues. Today I was appalled to look on the social media where a magistrate of all persons is talking about one computer being used in a police station and servicing 3 different courts and so on. And that is the system, that is where we are today. I'm sure the Attorney General, excited as he always is to speak about law enforcement, will tell us that a lot more work is being done, and we could look forward to more computers and more offices and more personnel and so on, and we want to hear that, but we also want to see that. We also want to see that in action. I also hope, Madam Speaker, that no action will be taken against the magistrate for what she has said and done in the public domain to highlight the deficiencies in the judicial system. Because it will be a sad day if action is taken against a judicial office holder for highlighting, not exposing, but really highlighting the plight of the system that surrounds us. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I thank you very much.
The Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't hear myself, so I don't know if the microphone is live, is it? Much obliged. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, may I inquire, is wrap-up 20 minutes or 30?
It is 20 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank honourable members on both sides for their contributions. It seemed that the further away we got from the contribution of the member for Naparima, the more sensible some of the submissions became, because I was honestly alarmed at the submission coming from the member for Naparima. I start with that submission first. Madam Speaker, the member for Naparima said that it was a dark day today, that there was mass incarceration of black youths. He said he was not blowing, later on in the honourable member's contribution, he said that he was not blowing a dog whistle. And then the honourable member went on very specifically to say, much was promised, little delivered by the Attorney General. And then he said these words, notwithstanding statistics. And I had to rock back and understand the blind lack of logic in that statement. Much has been promised, little has been delivered by the Attorney General, notwithstanding the statistics. And permit me, therefore, to move immediately to the sensible inquiry made by both the member for Chaguanas West and the member for Oropouche East, who effectively said, tell us some more about the statistics. You see, Madam Speaker, I'm well aware, notwithstanding Samoa Barataria's statement that they had no statistics, I am aware that statistics have been provided to the opposition. And I'm somewhat concerned that honourable members would pretend not to have information when they in fact do. In fact, I can verify that some of the information that I just heard come from Oropouche East was in my possession as a first draft report coming from the police, which had to be corrected when I made inquiries. That was a report which suggested statistical information from the year 2000 onward, when obviously there was no anti-gang legislation until the year 2011, Madam Speaker. But in looking at the statistics and in looking at the rationale for law being set out, and I took my time to read the long title and the preamble when I was piloting this bill, specifically, Madam Speaker, because the major advantage of anti-gang legislation around the world, from a criminological perspective, from a societal understanding perspective, is suppression of gang activity, Madam Speaker. And I found it quite amazing, startling, for Samoa Barataria to say that we don't need an anti-gang law because the first schedule to the anti-gang legislation allows for the use of the common law, if not statutory law, to treat with the same things that gang laws treat with. Madam Speaker, permit me to deal with that. The first schedule to Act number 1 of 2018 sets out the offences in schedules. And this is gang-related activity offences. And when you look at the offences in the sections of the Act itself, it is a gang member. That is 2 or more people engaged in activity. And Madam Speaker, when we say that you could obtain suppression for 2 or more people acting in concert for trafficking in drugs, in persons, possession for firearms, the honourable member is most respectfully missing the boat entirely. Because when Naparima says nothing delivered, notwithstanding the statistics, we are compelled as legislators to go back to the statistics, Madam Speaker. The statistics are being put on the floor by the Honourable Minister of National Security and by the Attorney General, having an obligation in this Parliament to vouch the evidence, as we do. I am reading from, in statistical output, information provided by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, information that comes in the context of National Security and National Security Council. And Madam Speaker, it cannot be a small and insignificant marker to say that in 2018, there were 211 reputed gangs, and in 2020, there's now 129, being a 39% decrease. It cannot be insignificant to say that in 2018, there were some 2,400 gang members, reputed to be gang members, and in 2020, the intelligence comes to be 1,014, being a 57% decrease in gang membership. That in and of itself, in simple terms, those 2 statistical matters vouch and underwrite the rationale for the continuation of the anti-gang law. Because the purpose of the law, stated in the long title, stated in the preamble, is specifically to discourage gang activity and membership and to suppress gang activity. But then again, we had Naparima at it again. Naparima, in his contribution, honourable member of this Parliament, said some more startling things, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Naparima said, if a law is not performing, then don't come here. The honourable member said, not prepared to support bad legislation if not effective. I want to ask the honourable member, if we accept the submission coming from Naparima and from Sawa Barataria, do we therefore repeal the law to deal with murder? Is that the UNC's policy decision? Do we say that because long-standing fraud matters are before the courts, that we ought to abolish the law in relation to fraud and misbehavior? Do we say that because white-collar offenses are standing before the court for 20 years in this country, is the UNC philosophy and policy to abolish the law? Do we say that because murders are still happening in this country, that we need to remove the inchoate offenses, conspiracy, etc.? You see, Madam Speaker, it makes absolutely no sense. Because what the honourable members, and put quite squarely and succinctly by the honourable member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, the honourable Minister of National Security said something that was very sharp. The honourable member said that the matters being advocated by members opposite ask us to ignore the fact that the Parliament passes law. It is for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service armed with intelligence to operationalize the law. So I agree with Oropuch East. It is a congratulations to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, but it is equally a congratulation to the Honourable Prime Minister for appointing a permanent Commissioner of Police into Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And Madam Speaker, when you look to the issue of statistics, permit me to go a little bit further without revealing any form of deep information. The anti-gang legislation has produced, as a matter of fact, arrests treating with murders in the Northeastern Division. They have, as a matter of fact, dealt with a quadruple murder in Trinidad and Tobago. They have, Madam Speaker, solved through rapid work a number of other matters. They've dismantled gangs in the Western Division. They have managed to treat with gangs involved in possession of drugs, marijuana, cocaine. They have managed to disrupt trafficking in persons rings, particularly where there are activities against young children. We have also, Madam Speaker, seen successful solving of murders. And one may be inclined to ask, well, why not charge under the Anti-Gang Act? And permit me to answer that now. You see, Madam Speaker, again, the Minister of National Security pointed out there's not one piece of law to deal with every single aspect. And in looking at that, Madam Speaker, it is true to say that one needs only look at the annual speech of the Honorable Chief Justice this year, delivered in 2020, where the Honorable Chief Justice actually demonstrates the opposite of Sawa Barataria. Sawa Barataria says that there is no form of material improvement in the criminal justice system. Sawa Barataria went on to say San Fernando is operating a shift system. Sawa Barataria went on to say that the material progress of laws is not happening in the courts. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Chief Justice in the 2020 opening speech had this to say: challenging times bring out in the best of us. And I'm proud to report that the judiciary is on the cusp of a transition that will see a dramatically restructured judiciary whose recruitment and management philosophies and processes may well be incomprehensible to those who, looking from the outside, may not understand what we do and why we do it the way we do. I would like to say that I adopt the words of the Honorable Chief Justice and say that what appears to be incomprehensible is not from the outside, it is from the opposition. Because, Madam Speaker, when you look at the data coming from the Honorable Chief Justice, you will see that the Chief Justice was able to report to Trinidad and Tobago all of the holistic improvements brought on. Elimination of transcript evidence from a massive backlog of thousands into zero. Introduction of electronic filing. Introduction of electronic appearances. Madam Speaker, having completed over 15,000 cases by electronic hearings. 15,419 virtual hearings. Judge-only trials, 20 of them. Judge-only trials for murder, domestic violence portal, filing of documents electronically, Madam Speaker. When we look to the thousands of cases, the Honorable Chief Justice noted, specifically at page 15 of his address, that with the introduction of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendments on May 26, 2020, that Trinidad and Tobago has seen a rapidly changed environment. The Honorable Chief Justice noted that nearly 60% of matters had been eliminated in the magistracy. Madam Speaker, in the district court magistracy, where the Honorable Chief Justice looked at the caseload statistics, the Honorable Chief Justice noted that, and I quote here, traffic matters which took up 60% of the caseload were essentially halved, Madam Speaker. And that the trend will continue as we complete the first full year of implementation, leaving district court judges to do more serious work, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, honorable members opposite are also not bearing in mind that this government has engaged in the amendments to the Interception of Communication Act. And with the bugging in prisons, the recording of prisoner conversations other than in areas where legal professional privilege and where you can talk to your attorney are designated, that constitutes actionable evidence in a court of law, which will assist in dismantling the most dangerous of gangs which exist inside the walls of our prisons, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, whilst members opposite search for relevance in the realm of sensibility in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, we had Naparima telling us, what are you going to do about the gangs from Venezuela? Well, according to Naparima, you don't need an anti-gang law. There's no need for it. There was no benefit, notwithstanding statistics. The Commissioner of Police demonstrates a 57% reduction in gang members, suppression, 88 matters before the courts. Naparima says ignore all of that because this is not about statistics. The member for Naparima says this is about locking up, and he makes no apology, and he says locking up black youths. No, Madam Speaker. That was what happened under the UNC. That is what happened in the state of emergency where thousands were incarcerated. That is what happened when the leader of the opposition refused to go into court and provide a witness statement to demonstrate why the state of emergency was necessary. That is what happened in the UNC when Anand Ramlogan refused to give evidence to support the state's case in malicious prosecution, false imprisonment, and anti-gang matters when thousands of our citizens were arrested and passed through the system like a dose of salts. The evidence demonstrates, Madam Speaker, that in fact we are securing fewer number of people of high value targeting. And yes, it is true. The Honorable Minister of National Security reported to the Parliament today that up to this morning, we had seen the arrest and charge under anti-gang legislation. And, Madam Speaker, the data shows that we are talking about gang leaders. Madam Speaker, for the first time in this country, gang leaders are on the retreat. The evidence shows that. The statistical information shows that. And today, we have an opposition. Siparia has left the chamber now. Thumping the desk, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition was engaged in the submissions coming from Naparima and Barataria Sanwan, demonstrating no intention to support the law. On the one side of their honorable mouths, they say that this is a law to lock up people. And then on the other side, they notice that this government has taken the step to release low-risk prisoners out of prisons. In fact, I can report that we are nearly up to 1,000 people, Madam Speaker. We have seen massive improvements in the criminal justice system. The Chief Justice's report has demonstrated that we have halved some of the criminal offenses in the magistracy. Madam Speaker, we've moved from 36 judges to 64 legislatively. From 12 to 15. We have moved magisterial districts down from 12 to 3. We have seen full judicial immunity for magistrates. We have seen, Madam Speaker, the removal of motor vehicle and road traffic offences down from 104,000 matters out of the system from 146,000. With preliminary inquiries to go, we will see another 26,000 cases redistributed and reorganized. Madam Speaker, what is going on is that the UNC is in an apoplectic shock and that they cannot come to grip with reality. Because, Madam Speaker, when we supported legislation in opposition, there was no discussion in Trinidad and Tobago about 3/5 majority law. Because nobody ought to interrupt the passage of law which is working, whether it is 3/5 majority or not, which is why our record when in opposition demonstrated a support for 96% of the legislative products brought forward by the opposition when they were in government. So, Madam Speaker, how can one take Naparima seriously? Naparima tells us, don't worry about the evidence. The word specifically on Hansard will say, notwithstanding the statistics. Naparima says, what about Venezuelan gangs, but cancel the anti-gang law? Madam Speaker, which is it? Is it fish or fowl? Is it for or against? Why does this country have to come to the brink of disaster time and time again on the issue of whether the opposition will support laws which they actually passed? Madam Speaker, the opposition is on record as having passed in the House the gaming legislation and then voting it down in the last Parliament. Madam Speaker, the honourable members asked in passing, and permit me to put it on record, about the public procurement law. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that law, as has been requested in the month of November 2020, as a result of discussions in October 2020 with the public procurement regulator, small amendments will come forward as soon as the Cabinet approves so, and if necessary, by next week. But Madam Speaker, the public procurement regulator had to be appointed by the President and only the President himself, and they know that. So, Madam Speaker, today is a day to stop playing smart with foolishness. Most respectfully, this law is properly intended, properly proportionate. The inclusion of the sunset clause is a measure towards proportionality. Madam Speaker, we are with active review of the anti-gang law. There will be further amendments once the Cabinet approves the policy behind those aspects. And Madam Speaker, what is required at this point is to continue the existence of the law so that we can continue to move with merit. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to committee stage, and I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Anti-Gang Act 2018 to extend its duration be now read a second time. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Entitled An Act to Amend the Anti-Gang Act 2018 to extend its duration.
Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68.1, I beg to move that the Anti-Gang Amendment Bill 2020 be committed to the Committee of the Whole.
Honourable members, the question is that the Anti-Gang Amendment Bill 2020 be committed to the Committee of the Whole. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House will now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Clauses 1 to 4. The question is that clauses 1 to 4 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 4 now stand part of the bill. Clause 5. The question is that clause 5 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 5 now stands part of the bill. the preamble. The question is that the preamble be approved. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This committee meeting is adjourned. The House will resume.
Madam Speaker, I wish to report that the Anti-Gang Amendment Bill 2020 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with this report from the committee.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Anti-Gang Amendment Bill 2020. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Anti-Gang Act 2018 to extend its duration be forthwith read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Anti-Gang Act 2018 to extend its duration be forthwith read a third time and passed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This bill requires a 3/5 special majority. A division will be taken. Mr. Alwari.
Aye.
Mrs. Robinson-Regis.
Aye.
Mr. Ingold.
Yes.
Mr. Young.
Yes.
Mr. Leons.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Aye.
Mr. Dialsing.
Yes.
Mr. Ford.
Aye.
Mrs. Webster Roy.
Aye.
Ms. Kojo.
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. McClatchy.
Aye.
Mr. Cummings. Mr. Richard. Mr. Manning. Mrs. Morris Julian. Mr. Denobrega. Mr. Scotland. Mr. Monroe. Mr. Lee.
Abstain.
Mrs. Basadi Sassa.
Abstain.
Ms. Amin.
I abstain.
Mr. Charles.
Abstain.
Dr. Munilal.
Abstain.
Mr. Parry.
Abstain.
Mr. Endarsing.
Abstain.
Dr. Bodo.
Abstain.
Mr. Hossain.
Abstain.
Mr. Padarat.
Abstain.
Ms. Haynes.
Abstain.
Mr. Tanku.
Abstain.
Ms. Mohit. Ms. Benjamin. Mr. Rambali. Dr. Ragvir.
Mr. Ram? Dr. Sicharan? Mr. Atiram? Madam Speaker, the result of the division is as follows: 20 members voting for, no members against, and 19 members abstaining.
Honorable members, with a division of 20 members voting for, no members voting against, and 19 abstentions, the motion for the third reading of the Anti-Gang Amendment Bill 2020 is not approved. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much. Thank you very Madam Speaker, may I be allowed?
Okay, so if everybody could settle down. Can everyone settle down? We'll proceed when everybody's ready. Leader of the House.
Kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the 27th day of November 2020. On that day, Madam Speaker, is Private Members' Day. I see that there is one matter, and I'm assuming this is the matter that we will be debating. Yes? Yes, it is. So, I beg to move.
30?
Yes, at 1:30. Thank you, ma'am.
Honorable members, there are 5 matters that qualify to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the House, but by agreement, these shall stand over to the next sitting day. Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the 27th day of November, 2020 at 1:30 p.m. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Friday, the 27th day of November, 2020 at 1:30 p.m.